Well, hello, everyone, and welcome to the Let's Talk Seahawks Live 2023 NFL Draft stream. We'll be here giving reactions and analysis and all that fun stuff that you've come to expect from us. I'm sure we'll mess up several times, and the other one of us will give each other tons of harassing because, hey, that's what we do.
As always.
So, Adam, who do you expect the Seahawks to target in this draft? Or what positions, at least?
At
least today, day one.
If they're going to stay pat at, day one, if they're going to stay pat at 5, I expect them to take Jalen Carter. If he's there. Obviously, if he's not there, kind of hard to target him at 5. But
Fair.
That's the thing about this about John Schneider and Pete Carroll, man. Especially in the first round, they are unfreaking predictable. So I think it's all up for grabs. I honestly think if Anthony Richardson is there at 5, they're going to be tempted to draft a QB. I think if we trade down, we could be targeting somebody like Jackson Smith and Jigba, or heck, even Peter Skoronski if we want to bolster that offensive line. I think D line is going to be the focus day one, but again, I think everything's on the table. So.
No, I completely agree. So there's an old school thought, which is, you build in the trenches, and it's an old school thought because, it works. So we should target big guys today. Like, I would love a Jalen Carter and then maybe trade back a few picks and then go with Osiris Torrance on the opposite side of that in the first round. Let's build up the trenches. I want to see 3 to 4 defensive linemen. I'm not defensive linemen. 3 to 4 offensive or defensive linemen go in the first 2 days of the draft.
Yeah, look, I think we've said it a million times. You and me have been discussing this draft for it seems like an entire year now. But that's where we need the meat, right? Is in the trenches. We basically revamped our entire defensive line. We pretty much had playing in the middle. The only carryover from last year is going to be Brian Monet, and he's not going to be starting the year. So we need somebody to man the middle of that defense. D tackle, I think, is a huge priority for us. Again, Jalen Carter, all the noise aside, that guy, I think, could be and is likely a generational talent. So if he's available, I think we got to jump on him.
Yeah, 100%. Sorry, I'm trying to get all of my devices synced up, ready to go, and it's not.
Yeah, I'm doing the same thing. I've got my phone, I've got my tablet, my TV's in the background. I'm trying to get everything going so that I can stay up to the minute with everything that's going on. Yeah, it's going to be a crazy next 30, 40 minutes as we get ready for the start of this draft, because there has been some noise already about what could happen today. Tennessee's apparently trying to trade up to number 3. We're apparently trying to trade up to number 2, if you believe what you hear in the Twitterverse. So it's already getting crazy. My fingers are going to be busy taking this ticker and making sure I get all those trades in. So.
Oh yeah. All right. I don't know if my iPad's going to make it. We have a steady downward progression on that battery, even though it's plugged in, because that's exactly what I need today.
Yeah, of course. That's how it's always going to work. When you need it, it's not going to have the power. But yeah, man, look, I'm ready to go. I've got my beverages. I've got water. I've got Pepsi real sugar, because that's how I roll, and I've got popcorn. So I'm in it for the haul, man. This chair is going to be sticking to me like I'm sticking to it.
Fair enough. All right. Trying to get the all the streams going. So thank you everybody who's showing up. We're just trying to kick this off a little early just to get settled in. We've been working away the past couple days, getting graphics for players, getting graphics for the stream. So we'll have individual team specific things that come up when it's their time to draft. And really, we're just having fun. We do all this because we like to talk about football. And
that's right. If you're looking for production value, then you've tuned into the right channel.
Love to hear
that. All right. So, hey, you asked me what I think is going to happen today. What do you think is going to happen today? You're the guy who's been sweating over this for months now.
Oh, man. I know what I want to happen today, which is what I just told you. I don't want to go flashy. I don't think we need a first-round receiver. I don't think we need a first-round tight end, though this is a really stacked tight end class. So I would like to see a tight end at some point, maybe 2 in this draft.
I don't know. Personally, I could be okay with 2 Georgia guys in the first round, one of them being a 6'7" tight end, but that's just me.
Yeah, I know full well your thoughts on Darnell Washington. He is a... Oh, the cat is coming to visit me, so at some point she may make an appearance on camera.
Yep. I've got 2 dogs somewhere around this house that I'm sure one of them at least is going to be jumping up behind me.
All right, but like I said, they need to strengthen this team from the inside out. And if you don't do that, then you go defense. That was our biggest hole last year. We had an absolute horribly rated defense. And a lot of that was the Vic Fangio influence that we had in our defensive scheme. Hopefully, NFL teams have learned when they realize that the 5 defensive coordinators or coordinator influencing guys, like for instance, Sean Desai was not the DC, but he definitely had a big influence on that defense. That of all those guys, nobody that came out of the Vic Fangio system who was leading in NFL defense last year ranked any higher than 18th. And that was just one team. The rest of them were in the mid-20s. So it's not a system that works. It was designed to appeal to what they thought they needed to stop Patrick Mahomes. It worked for a grand total of 1 season, and then it didn't work because the Chiefs adjusted to it. So the Vic Fangio system is not great, and I don't think we should be running it in Seattle. So hopefully they learn. Hopefully they go get defensive linemen. They play some true defensive linemen on every down instead of these weird, undersized 2-down defensive sets we've been
You're not
running.
a big fan of 2 3-point stance guys and then a bunch of outside rushers coming down?
Man, I don't know.
For those of you that haven't been following us all year, go.
Like, you're going to go see that on Saturday morning.
You and me? Yes.
12-year-olds.
For those of you that haven't followed us all year, go back and listen to some of our podcasts from earlier this year, and you will hear Robbie's thoughts and and his passion for the 3-4 and Vic Fangio's defensive schemes. Needless to say, Robbie, not a fan of either of those things?
No, I like defense. I don't know what they're playing in Seattle.
It was a pretty down year. Look, especially coming off of we had almost 5 straight seasons of the number 1 defense in the NFL during the Legion of Boom era, and yeah, it's been quite a big drop off. I think. Look, I'm really hoping that they stay away from QB early in this draft, because I think that the way Pete Carroll gets back to the Super Bowl is by building again through the defense, and we've got an opportunity
100%.
to do it in this draft with 5 picks in the. I mean, I honestly, if we went all defense with those first 5 picks, I wouldn't be upset.
Nope, neither would I. Well, no, I take that back. We need some interior offensive line help. So if we can go 4 defensive picks and then give me one of the top 5 centers, I'll be happy.
That's fair. Look, the biggest difference between the offensive and defensive line, though, is we've retooled the defensive line almost completely this offseason. Whereas with the offensive line, we really brought back 4 out of 5 starters. The only difference going to be Evan Brown manning the center position as opposed to Austin Blythe. And I think, Evan Brown's acquitted himself pretty well in Detroit. I think we want to see what he looks like in this offense. I still fully expect them to draft a center, or at least someone that has the ability to play the center position in this draft. But I wouldn't be surprised if we kind of held off and went a little bit later to focus on the offensive line.
That actually works out for the guy I like in this class. Second tier center. I imagine we'll go in the 3rd.
He could be a tenor.
He could be. I don't know. I haven't met the man.
You're talking about
if he'd like to get together and
talking
sing
about your
a
guy out of Michigan?
barbershop, I'm down. But yeah, I'm a big fan of
you're talking about
Oluwatimi out of Michigan. And if they can get him in
Thank
the
you.
third round, I'll be happy with that.
Yeah. Look,
So
again,
I know,
I mean that could be the perfect strategy for this draft, because I do think there are some guys. I mean, look, if we get your guy in the third and then can find a way to get Voorhees in the fourth, I think that's a pretty good stacking of the offensive line. So
yeah, look towards next season.
Yeah.
Well, not next season. Look towards the following season with Voorhees. Give him good time to recover, rest that injury, for that ACL injury that he got at the combine. Yeah, I love it. He would have been a second-round pick. He would have been pushing to be in the first round, except for interior offensive linemen don't traditionally go that high. But he would have been that number 1, number 2 offensive interior guy, if not for that ACL injury. So if you can pick him up late in the draft, that's a steal in anybody's book.
Yeah, kind of a big juxtaposition between him and the only other, I think, interior offensive line guy that we're looking at possibly going in the first round, Cyrus Torrence. Cyrus Torrence, big, mean, loves to work the run game. Voorhees was a little bit more of a finesse guy. Obviously, really great at what he does. Still pretty good in the run game as well, but much more of a pass blocker. So different styles there. But yeah, both of those guys were projected at some point to go either in, somewhere in the top 30 picks. Dropped his draft stock quickly. But look, his loss be the Seahawks here. Certainly the game.
Hey, I am losing you. I don't know if that's my internet or yours. So let's see. Let's see if Adam.
It's definitely mine.
What a day to have internet issues.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Look, I've been dealing with it all week. I can hear you good. Can you hear me now?
I can, yes.
Still no. All right, well. Oh, good.
No,
okay.
I can. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I've been dealing with this router issue all week. Hopefully I'm here for the duration. If you see me disappear for a few minutes, hopefully I'll be back. Bear with me, folks. In the meantime, though, you've got Robbie's pretty mug to keep you company. So
yeah, which I apologize now because I don't know who wants to look at this for hours on end.
I can think of at least 2 young ladies that do.
Yes, and one of them I'm married to, and the other one is my child. So
I wasn't going to spoil it, but
no, I'm fine. I'm fine with that. In fact, the baby might make an appearance tomorrow, as there's a slight offset between when the draft starts and when my wife gets off work. So if I can time nap time right, we'll be good. If not, we'll have an extra guest.
I actually look forward to getting Calliope's breakdown of day 1 of the draft and kind of seeing where she thinks teams made the right choice and made the wrong choice.
Yeah, well, and she could give it to you too. I mean, she definitely knows her stuff. She might lack a little on the communication skills. Yep.
Robbie is raising the next Mina Kimes.
There you go. I would love that. That is a role model that I would love for my daughter to follow. I'm a big Mina Kimes fan.
Shout out Mina Kimes. Absolutely.
We'll have to tweet at her. Hey, we gave you a shout
out. I have. I actually had a couple of responses too, but they had nothing to do with football. So. But all right, man, we are just over 55 minutes away.
50. You mean 15 minutes?
15 minutes away. 15 just under 15. Man, yeah. I got a whole hour. I'm relaxing, man. I'm going to take the night off.
All right. I am getting our player graphics all uploaded and ready to go. So if I'm not as chatty right now, that's because, my multitasking skills aren't what they used to be.
That's all right. The reason that I am part of this podcast is everyone knows I have the gift of gab. Unfortunately, I don't have the gift of good internet. So we'll see if we can make that work.
Fun times. So we heard of any rumors for today? I mean, you kind of hit on one with Jody Allen apparently giving.
Yeah. So for those of you that aren't as into the social media presence of the Seahawks verse. I got a little bit of a rude awakening this morning, or technically it was this afternoon. But apparently there's a quote, and again, I don't know the source. They supposedly this is from via Jody Allen, the owner of the Seattle Seahawks. But the quote was that she has given John Schneider and Pete Carroll carte blanche to do whatever they have to do to trade up to secure our quarterback of the future for this draft. I'm hoping that that's just a smokescreen, which is something that you mentioned. Please, from your lips to God's ears, because I don't think this is the draft to do it. Look, we saw what Geno Smith was able to do with our offense last year. I think a second year in Shane Waldron's system, and we could see a huge step forward from Geno. And honestly, it's not like he has much farther to go to be. I mean, he was already elite last year. So, but yeah, the one thing that would shock me today, honestly, is the Seahawks trading up from number 5. And I think it will take a lot to shock me because, like I said before, I think Pete Carroll and John Schneider are pretty unpredictable when it comes to their draft, or at least they were up until last year. Last year they were a little bit predictable, but it worked out great. So hopefully they're predictable this year and don't scare me by trading up early in the draft to take a quarterback. So I'm going to knock on wood.
There you go.
Yeah, there's a few others too. I mean, we heard obviously Tennessee is looking to trade up to that number 3 spot. Apparently the focus or the intent is to get DeAndre Hopkins along with that number 3 pick. So we could see the Titans make a huge draft day trade today because obviously securing both number 3 and jumping up from number 11 and getting DeAndre Hopkins is going to cost them a pretty penny. There's also rumors of King Henry possibly moving on. The Philadelphia Eagles were floated as a possible trade partner for him earlier this week. So we'll see if that's going to happen. Obviously, look, last year we saw 3 or 4 first-round trades for players that was just unusual. That doesn't usually happen during the draft. Usually this stuff is taken care of before draft day. So we'll see if this is going to be as exciting as last year.
Yeah, I think we had 7 or 9 trades during the first round last year. It was a real trade.
Yeah, it was pretty ridiculous.
So if
look, we can see it again. So
yeah, no, for sure. If the Titans were going to get Hopkins and that number 3 pick, it might cost them 4 first-round picks. As far as that,
that's a haul.
That's a haul. Yeah. So, hold on. I just had to download go. All right. So, because you got to think, them going from 11 to 3 is essentially the same as the Panthers going right up to 1 from where they were at before.
Right, from 9, yeah.
So you got to think it's going to be similar compensation for that. And then, you got to tack on Hopkins on top of that. Now, a player in decline, but definitely still a spot-on, top-notch player. We saw the difference when he was in Arizona's lineup for when he was out. And he is still balling. So I'd say 4 equivalent of 4 first-round picks. Now, that might be only 3 actual first-round picks, but a boatload of second and third rounds, possibly another player, just to offset that a little bit.
We're getting some comments on the stream from Sean Hawkstra. I don't know if that's his real name or if that's a play on words there, but hey, welcome to the stream there, Sean.
Yeah, welcome to the stream. We like the Hawks. You like the Hawks. Go Hawks. That's all I got to say.
Luckily, Sean is already on it. He has said go Hawks, I think 3 times so far. But yeah, welcome, Sean.
All right, Adam, what do you think compensation would look like?
to go from 11 to 3 and get DeAndre Hopkins? I honestly don't think that they're going to have to give up quite as much as the Panthers did. You look at what the Panthers gave up to jump from 9 to 1. They obviously traded those 2 first-round picks. There was also a third, and then I think a swap of fifths. Wow, why can't I think of his name now? Spoiler alert, Adam drops names like nobody's business. I'll be talking about a player, and I will completely forget their names. In this case, it's DJ Moore. But and I was buying time by rambling there for a sec. So to get Hopkins, my guess is it's going to be at least the 11th pick this year and probably a first round next year. And I would guess at least 1 or 2 mid round picks this year in addition. So I think we're probably looking at a four picks going the way of Arizona. I don't think it's going to be, like I said, quite as much as Carolina gave up to the Bears, but I think it's going to be pretty close. And look, I mean, we can. The Bears GM has had a hell of an offseason, so I don't want to take anything away from him. He's negotiated a heck of a trade. So it's entirely possible that that the Cardinals fleece the Titans, or the other way around. You know how I feel about Cardinals. Entirely possible that they flub this, and if they do, win for us.
Yeah, no, especially being in division. You got to think they do have a new GM there. They do have some different shot callers, so to speak. So, we're not familiar with this front office as it's currently constituted. New coach, new GM. Who knows?
I don't know. Same owner. I think it all comes down from the top. So there's a reason why I don't think the Dallas Cowboys are ever going to change. And it has nothing to do with the rotating coaching staff. So if my brother Jake's watching, I apologize. That'll be the last of my Cowboy bashing today.
I am going to throw the BS flag on that one because I'm sure I will bash the Cowboys at some point.
I could be lying. You're right. And it's just been announced that the Cowboys are trading up to number 3 and selecting B. I'm kidding. But it wouldn't surprise me. I'd rather they trade up to 5 though. Another big announcement, obviously, is that Lamar Jackson has been re-signed by the Ravens today. So that kind of takes them out of the play for a big trade / possibly moving up to get a QB. So obviously great for Lamar, $180 million guaranteed. So I'm glad that those two finally found a way to make up, because that was going to be a tough breakup for sure.
Oh yeah, I don't know. I'm torn. I am torn because I don't know. I think there's still a little bad blood. I don't think you can just go ahead and just say that. Oh, okay. Sorry. Here you go.
Are you also watching the video of Texas Tech Commissioner Roger Goodell up over his head?
No.
That's what's going on in NFL draft work right now.
All right. I just got to say, you got to love it when family jumps on the live stream.
Oh, what did I miss? Great. Oh, hey, Mom. Hi, Mom. That's my mother, by the way.
Yep, we get nice comments like this, which we enjoy. So, just giving Adam a hard time.
Oh, throw it up on there. Someone cuter. We got Rob. Get cuter than those cheeks and that Van Dyke. Come on now, Mom. Oh yeah. My mom let me know that was actually Dad making that comment and not Rob. That makes more sense. Sorry, Dad. We had cheerleaders, but they get off at 4, so you missed them.
You missed them, exactly. All right, so here we go. We got a countdown, just over 3.5 minutes before the draft officially kicks off. I'm gonna go and just put it on the clock, right? Like last I heard, still the Panthers at number 1. So
I mean,
here we go.
Yeah, I don't think that's changing. The Carolina Panthers are on the clock. That is,
they are. Sure. They've been on the clock. They've been on the clock since that trade with the Bears, where the Bears rejoiced. Getting a number 1, getting a number 1 receiver was obviously a coup. That was actually the part of that trade that shocked me the most. I mean, DJ Moore is, in his prime. This guy is finally had a QB that could get him the ball last year. He exploded the second half.
So we'll see what happens in Chicago. Not bagging on Justin Fields. I love Justin Fields. My fantasy quarterback in several leagues because the man is absolutely a baller. Obviously there's still a lot of questions about whether or not he can facilitate. But if him and DJ Moore can get on the same page, that Bears offense is going to look dangerous.
Oh, 100%. All right, just give me a minute here real quick. I got an old laptop running the draft for me, and I forgot to turn on the cooling pad. That could have been disaster in the next 45 minutes.
Yeah, a little fire going on in the computer room. Never good.
Never good. Hopefully, there's fire going on in the Seahawks draft room as they tear up this draft people they know they need.
I guarantee you that Schneider's on the phone right now.
So,
60
trade up,
seconds and counting.
Trade down, stay pat at 5.
If I have my druthers, if Jalen Carter's there, stay pat. Take Jalen Carter. Just call it a day. Well, not call it a day because we got pick 20 as well.
Yeah,
but
I go to work.
I mean, there you go. That's it doesn't get any better than that. But barring that, if Jalen Carter's not there, and someone to trade away the rest of their draft future in order to come up and get them, then trade down. Anything but trade up. There is zero reason to trade up in this draft from number 5. I'm saying that, and again, I'm not John Schneider or Pete Carroll, so maybe they see a quarterback like maybe it's C.J. Stroud. And they're like, look, we have to have him. Although I think with some of the draft buzz that kind of went in the last couple of days, knocking C.J. Stroud down a little bit. Yeah, exactly. Which apparently weren't correct, by the way.
Oh yeah, did his camp come out and say that?
I mean, probably.
And I'm not saying anything.
We don't know who it was that floated that rumor in the first place. I mean, I would assume it was Las Vegas, but those guys are dirty players. You can tell I still remember our AFC West days.
Yes.
But yeah, look, I just can't see a reason to trade up. There's going to be a blue chip player available at 5, no matter what happens or how this board falls. There's going to be a quarterback available there out of one of these top 4 guys. More than likely, I can't say absolutely. Obviously, there are 4 picks in front of us. So we could see 4 of those quarterbacks go. And if so, thank goodness, I'm happy with that. Let's just take the best defensive player, but top defensive player on our board, whether that be Will Anderson Jr. or Jalen Carter, as long as it's not Tyree Wilson. Spoiler alert, me and Robbie don't like. Not that we don't like Tyree Wilson, but not that we don't like Tyree Wilson. I just don't like Tyree Wilson at 5. If we trade back to, let's say, 12, and he's the number 1 pass rusher on our draft board, fine, go ahead and take him. The guy's got all the tools athletically. He could certainly grow into a star in this league. But he's not worth the top 5 pick in my book.
No, there's something about him I'm not the biggest fan on. It kind of reminds me a lot of Deion Jordan, and I think if put in a lot of pressure like Deion Jordan was, he may have the same career trajectory. So for him, I think the best thing is for him to fall a little bit, because going in the top 5, having all that pressure is a lot different than going at 8, 9, or 10.
Yeah.
So, and I think that could do loads of good for the trajectory of his career.
Yeah, so it's kind of a funny situation a lot of these draft picks kind of find themselves in, especially these guys at the top, because obviously most of the time, not all the time, I would argue that this year is a little bit of an exception with the Seahawks picking in the top 5, but you're usually not going to be going to a team that's well situated for you to shine. I mean, you're usually going to a team where they need help. And not that the Seahawks don't. Look at our defense last year, and you'll know that we absolutely need help. But yeah, I agree. I think Tyree Wilson's best bet is to fall and go some. I mean, look, if he ends up going to, let's say, Detroit Lions at 6, I think that's a great spot for him. Doesn't have to be the guy. He'll be on the opposite side of Hutchinson there. Obviously, still asked to come in and contribute day 1, but he won't have all the pressure on him. So yeah, I think something like that's a better situation. And honestly, it doesn't. The Seahawks are in a somewhat similar situation. I think we have Uchenna Nwosu on one side. It's not like we don't already have a star pass rusher. But he doesn't have the heat behind him that Aiden Hutchinson has right now, and obviously being a top 5 pick, you're going to have a little pressure. So coming into that situation probably isn't the best. Yet say somewhere later in the draft, Philadelphia, Detroit, go someplace where there's already a pretty well established defensive line would be a better bet for Tyree Wilson. I don't know if John and Pete are listening, but that's my 2 cents. So
there you go. Yeah, I think honestly, imagine how scary that Detroit defense would be if the Seahawks were to take Jalen Carter and Anderson were to fall to Detroit.
Oh man, do we play Detroit next year? I hope not.
If that's the case, I hope not.
Yeah, right.
I don't think so. We played them last year.
Yeah, look, I mean, you gotta know that Detroit would be jumping out of their chairs for that one. That's got to be a dream scenario. I think that they would just assume take Carter as well, but I don't think you can. Again, with a top 5 pick, it's really hard to go wrong. I think the only way to go wrong is to try and trade up from there. But other than that, I mean, you're gonna have to try to mess this up, guys.
Yeah.
And
well, I mean, you can mess it up.
Sure.
Deion
by
Jordan
drafting Tyree Wilson at number 5.
One of them. Right. I think the Chargers realized that you could mess it up when they drafted Ryan Leaf, number 2 overall. I think the Raiders realized you can mess that up when they drafted Jamarcus Russell, number 1 overall. You can mess up a top 5 pick. You just need to trust your scouting.
Yeah. By drafting someone like Anthony Richardson, who's played 12 games as a starter in college, and look, he's got all the physical tools. And again, that's the one thing that scares me is Anthony Richardson being the one of those top 3 guys I think that are on the Seahawks board right now. I do think that it goes in some order between Jalen Carter, Will Anderson Jr., and Anthony Richardson. And I got to hope that Anthony Richardson's either gone or one of those other 2 are still there, because I'll admit I'm nervous, man. I'm nervous.
Yeah, I'm not gonna deny the fact that Anthony Richardson has traits for days. I mean, this is everybody's build a player in Madden, right? Is that an alert over there? We got some news.
It is, but it's just telling me that ESPN's live for the Draft Network.
All right,
but yeah,
so I'm not going to deny that there's definitely physical traits that are desirable. The problem with it is he has 13 starts. He did not play well in those 13 starts. Granted, his surrounding cast was not the best, but he needs to grow. I mean, the fact that he came out as a sophomore, I think is just his stock got elevated and he jumped on it because he knew he was going to be a higher pick. But this is somebody who really could have benefited from developing for a year or 2. So he doesn't have these big question marks in the NFL.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely agreed. But yeah, like you said, I think it was just with all the hype behind him that it was kind of hard to not choose to come out this year.
And that's a business decision. You can't really fault guys for making a business decision.
And I don't.
Even though, yeah. I mean, but that means he needs to go to the right situation. He can't go to a team that needs him to come in and be their savior. If it's a team that's like, we're going to be bad this year and we're okay with that, we're still going to keep him on the bench, let him develop, have a high pick next year so we can go get a premier left tackle or a premier, pass rusher, build the team the right way they can do that. You waste a year of eligibility on that quarterback, but he develops a little bit in the meantime. So yeah, it's tough because he's one of those polarizing prospects in this draft.
Yeah. By the way, my father is telling me that in his opinion, the Seahawks should tank this year and try and get a top 5 pick next year. No, we made the playoffs last year. we definitely don't need to tank. Look, would it be cool to have a top 5 pick next year when I think there's a little bit more of a deep quarterback class? Sure. But I would much rather have a winning season this year and build up for the years to come by taking guys, that can make this team better this year. So you're wrong, Dad. You're wrong. I don't say that very much because
Or-
my dad is not wrong very often. But in this case, he's wrong.
In this case. Or they use that top 5 pick, parlay it into a couple trades, maybe get 2 first-round picks next year, and then hopefully you either hit on one of those teams has a bad year, or you could package those picks to trade up and get one of the premier guys from next year. If your plan is to get a quarterback.
Yeah, look, I think the perfect scenario is to be able to trade back in this first round and get another first rounder for next year, because having that ammunition next year, yeah, I mean it's a game changer. Again, that I think all of us feel that quarterback class next year is much deeper than this year, and has some pretty elite guys coming out. Whether you're talking about Caleb Williams, possibly Spencer Rattler, even though I don't want that Daywalker anywhere near my Seattle Seahawks.
Be nice.
It's a South Park reference for those of you that don't know. He's a great player, but oh man, yeah, I don't think we need a ginger on this team.
Says the ginger.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's not how it usually works. You're prejudiced against your own kind. Anyway,
the thing is, I don't think Spencer Rattler is going to be a top prospect in the draft next year. He's going to have to really elevate his game. So here we go. The draft is officially live. Just had the big old announcement. So now Carolina Panthers are officially on the clock, even though they have been since they traded with the Bears for that pick.
Technically been on the clock for months now. But yeah, now it's officially official.
Officially official. All right.
Who do we know who's announcing the second round picks? Has that been announced yet?
I don't know.
Day 2 picks. For those of you that don't know, or those of you that don't watch the draft like we do, they usually get a former player or someone that's bit significant to the organization to announce the picks on day 2, whether that's the second or third round. Obviously, the commissioner announces all the picks on day 1 because he needs his screen time.
Hey, I think he should announce all the picks through round 7. But that's just because I think every player deserves to have their name called. So.
Oh yeah, no, I completely agree with that. Well, they're going to have all their names called on. They're going to have all their names called here. So we'll be doing this today, tomorrow, and Saturday. So they will have their names called on our network.
Yes, everybody. So I just lost my draft feed.
Oh no!
So I'm going to need you to, be aware of that for me.
All right. I've got my notification. I'm watching, just waiting for the pick to be announced. I think we all expect. That's what I get for doing popcorn. I'm going to choke for a minute. Yep, rubbing.
Yeah, it's all right. Nothing new. We're used to Adam choking. Just a little fun. So,
all right. I didn't die. I can breathe. I can go on.
All right. I will try a different way to do this.
Wow, I look like I'm about to die. I'm just sorry for anybody who's looking at my face right now. It's painful.
Well, that's what a lot of people say, Adam.
Yeah, that's what most people say. I think. Do you expect it to be anybody other than Bryce Young? I think we all.
I do not.
Bryce Young, don't we?
No, I would say Bryce Young, or they're rolling the dice with Anthony Richardson.
Whew, man, that would be a shocker.
They did put out a video, which was kind of a draft hype video, which featured Cam Newton, but that's, first overall pick, right? It's all about how you can change a franchise. So I understand it from that regard.
So you're not reading into that as they're
going to go get the Cam Newton type player? No. I think that would be a bold move. I think they go with the surefire player.
Yeah, look, I mean, we all know what Bryce Young was able to do in college. If can buck the trend of, well, I guess not really a trend since we've never seen a 195-pound, 6-foot quarterback come in and light up the league yet. So, but if anybody's going to do it, it's going to be Bryce Young. That is a talented kid.
Yep.
Taking all 7 minutes, aren't they?
They are. I thought it was 7 in the second round. I thought it was 10 minutes in the first round.
Oh, maybe it's 10. I don't know.
I was about to look, and then I realized I don't have my draft feed right now. So
let me see if I can pull another one up. Yeah, let's see here. I got.
Oh, you're good. I'm
million.
just.
Also, I'm still dealing with my head cold, so every once in a while, you're just going to see me blowing my nose. I'll make sure and mute. That way, you guys don't have to hear it as well.
Like so. If Bryce Young were to go, as we all expect him to go, it's not a bad place for him to be. I mean, obviously they didn't do too poorly. I mean, they're still at the top half of the draft, but they had the number 9 selection. The Seahawks had the number 9 selection last year. I mean, granted, that was the Denver's pick, but our native selection would have been 10th. So
right.
They still have building blocks on that team. They do need to add some more talent around the quarterback if they do choose to go Bryce Young. But
oh yeah, they're going to need to add some offensive weapons in this draft. That's for sure.
For sure.
I mean, when you get rid of a guy like Christian McCaffrey and a guy like DJ Moore, your talent is going to take a hit.
Agreed.
No. So my dad is under the impression, or maybe it's my mom. I don't know. Whichever of my parents is sharing their joint account right now and commenting that Steve Young was about that size. No, he wasn't. Steve Young is 6'3".
I don't know if he was 6'3".
Oh well,
I think he was listed at 6'3". Maybe rolling in at 6'1".
Yeah, all right. 6'1",
Bryce Young,
6'1.5".
Yeah, Bryce Young is 5'10", right? And he's probably 185 pounds. I don't care about your combine weigh-in because we all know he was loaded up with water. He was loaded up on Pepto-Bismol, if you get my drift. And he did everything he could do to keep all the weight in his body for that weigh-in. Weighed in at 204 pounds.
And then went home.
Yeah, he didn't do anything. No workouts. And that right there tells me that his body was not in performance-ready shape. Because he did not weigh in again at his pro day.
No, and I don't think anybody expected him to either. There we go. Bryce Young it is. Bryce Young, drafted number 1 overall by the Carolina Panthers. We saw it. We knew it was going to happen.
Yes, we did. All right. So, Bryce Young. I'm going to say Bryce Young was everybody's, for the most part, consensus number 1. I mean, Draft Network had him at 4. NBC Sports, these are Connor Rogers' top 300 rankings. Have him at number 2. But ESPN and PFF both had him at number 1. As far as I go, I had him probably more around that 3-4 range in just true talent. But I knew he was going to go number 1 and thought he should have gone number 1. So real excited for this young man and for the Carolina Panthers organization. I think they got a good one.
Yeah, look, the especially in the NFC South right now, that division is wide open. I mean, obviously the GOAT now being retired, we expect Tom Brady not to be coming back, although I wouldn't put it past him. But yeah, I mean, he's coming into a great situation. I think in Carolina, he's got again, I think a decent front office, good head coach with Matt Rule. I think they will. Right, Matt Rule, he's not there anymore. But yeah, I think that he's got a chance to come in and light it up from day one.
Yeah. All right. Sorry, I'm having some.
Also, does that mean Matt Corral is now available in trade?
If you're looking for a backup, I don't know if Matt Corral is that much better than Drew Lock. If we're looking at quarterback depth,
he might not be better, but man, he is cheaper for sure.
Yeah, and you could probably go get him for a 7th round conditional pick that can go up to a 5th if he plays X amount of games. But yeah, hey, if you fell in love with him last year, there's a good chance that you could go out and get him.
Look, I was high on Matt Corral coming into last year's draft. I still think that that was the best option for the Seahawks if they were going to take a quarterback last year. Obviously, they did not, and it was obviously the right move. If we show year's draft, I think we could do worse than floating a late round pick to Carolina to try and steal Corral away to see if he still got anything to build off of.
Yeah, you got to have a lot of plans, right? You can't just go into thinking that everything's going to work. You know, like you got to have plan B, plan C. And yeah, and I have to go back to my old system of watching the draft because it will not work on this computer for some reason.
The joys of live television.
Yes.
That was in quotes. Robbie was that. Everyone was watching and saw the quotes. Robbie wasn't looking, so I had to let him know I did air quotes. All right, so Houston's on the board. There's been a lot of talk about this not being a quarterback coming into this draft. I still expect it to be a quarterback, man.
I'm torn because I obviously as a defensive background, I am a little biased towards defense, and I understand what having a strong defense can do for your team. Just go ask all of those Ravens from 2000 who have championship rings. Your defense can make your team better, but not having a good defense will pull a good team down. So it's tough. I would understand wholeheartedly with a defensive coach, like defensive-minded coach, if they were to go out and get Will Anderson or Jalen Carter or one of these premier defensive players.
Sorry, I'm getting texts here. Look, I think that's why everyone is projecting to it possibly not being. You've got a guy coming from that San Francisco 49ers defense over to be the Houston Texans. I think that, it makes a lot of sense for them to draft their guy on defense. They do have another another first round pick in number 12. I just think you're taking a big risk if you're Houston not taking your quarterback now and waiting to see who falls to you at 12. Now, obviously they could, they've got other picks. They could still maneuver and move back up if that's the plan. But yeah, I don't know. I just think that's a heck of a gamble.
So would you do it, or would you go with the quarterback?
I mean, you know me. If it was me, I'd just draft C.J. Stroud and say, okay, cool, we're set there. And then this is a deep defensive draft. There's defensive line guys that are going to be available to you at 12. If the draft fell the way it's supposed to, then Tyree Wilson would be there at 12 for you. I think if it was me, I'd just take the quarterback. Now, whether, again, for me, it's C.J. Stroud. Maybe they like Richardson or Levis better. But I think, you're taking a big risk by saying, hey, we're going to wait on quarterback at 12 and go ahead and take our defensive guy.
Yeah. All right. Everything all right?
Yep. I'm
getting breaking news over there.
Got some family that are trying to. Nope. I've just got my family some other family members trying to jump on the stream here.
All right. Well, I am completely relying on you because I have completely lost my draft stream. And YouTube TV let me down. Let me down again, YouTube TV.
Oh, they just did that big deal, too. That's not a good start for you, YouTube TV.
Well, it wasn't a good start for them when they announced the pricing for NFL Sunday Ticket.
I mean, look, they know that people are going to pay it. That's the great thing about the capitalist system. Everything is worth what people are willing to pay, and people are willing to pay to watch NFL football.
Yes.
as proof by the billion-dollar organization that is the NFL. All right. Hopefully that's situated. Stop it. Just waiting on this to come in. Da-da-da-da. Let's go over. I got to check a couple other. We'll check a couple other things to see. So here's a little something. This obviously doesn't affect us today, but the Eagles and Cards have settled some sort of dispute that they were having, and are now swapping mid-round picks.
Oh,
Not sure what that is.
Yeah. Just changes the order. We need to pay attention to that when we get there.
Okay. My brother has been assisted by my niece and my younger sister. He now apparently understands how technology works and might possibly be joining us on the stream. So, hi, Jake, if you're here.
And it sounds like my wife's home.
There we go.
I don't know if you heard the dogs in the background.
I did indeed. I'm actually wondering why I can't hear my. Oh, you know what? I just realized that my dogs are outside, but they're good. They have water. It's still sunny. They'll be fine. All right. Whew. All right. I think Houston's trying to trade out of this pick. That's why they're taking so freaking long.
That's okay. Hopefully, at some point, I can actually watch them do it.
As long as it's not the Seahawks. Just don't. Sorry. To recap, for those of you that are just joining the stream, there was a rumor floated today that the Seahawks were looking to trade up to number 2 to take a quarterback, and I am just praying that that's not the case.
Yes.
Oh, what do we have here? Nope, never mind. Sorry, it's just more fan family. You're hearing it's my phone's going off, and I'm hoping it's just going to be NFL stuff, but instead it's my family mocking my choice of attire.
That's fair.
You can't really tell on the stream, but if you saw me live right now, you would absolutely be able to tell that what I'm wearing right now would be considered a schmedium t-shirt. Stuffed in here like a sausage.
All right. Well, I don't think technology wants to work at all today. Probably should have restarted my computer before we kicked this off. All I know is that they may get a strongly worded email about this.
Taking a note.
Not that they care.
Do it anyway.
But they have one thing that they can offer over traditional cable, and that's the fact that I can use an internet browser to use YouTube TV.
There you go.
They are pissing me off, but we will get it figured out.
Oh, I just realized that I don't have my computer plugged in, and I am about to. My computer's about to die. Sorry. Let's get a power cord in there, Adam. All right. Ooh. 4% battery life. I gotta pay attention to that kind of stuff. That could have been bad. All right, Houston. Fist fight going on in the control center over at Houston.
Yeah. Oh, that's scrambling to get their guy. Oh, here we go. Breaking news, guys. And the answer is CJ Stroud. CJ Stroud.
That was a smart play, guys. That was a smart play. Way to go, Texans. Way to not overthink it.
Yeah. All right. And while my CJ Stroud graphic is loading, what do you think of this pick?
Look, I think it's the right pick. No notes. This is exactly who they should have taken. I think there was temptation to take a guy like Will Anderson Jr., but look, you've got an opportunity to take a guy who was the most accurate quarterback in college football last year and the year before. this guy can get the ball anywhere on the field. Yeah, I mean, this guy's got an arm that can do it all. He doesn't have the cannon that Will Levis does, but look, there's more than just having a strong arm. This guy's got touch. He sees the field. I think when you watch, if you go back and just watch, because the biggest question surrounding CJ Stroud is he just a pocket quarterback? Does he have any athleticism? Is there any upside with this guy? Go back and watch the Georgia game. He can, if he needs to, he can take over a game. This is the right call.
Yeah, I completely agree. Actually, just StreamYard decided to delete my Arizona Cardinals draft overlay. So let me take care of that real quick. But no, I agree. I had him actually as my number 1 rated quarterback. And that's primarily because of the size concerns with Bryce Young. I think Bryce Young plays with a lot of anticipation because he understands defenses and he understands the offense. He knows where everybody's going to be. A lot of times he can't see where he's throwing, yet he throws because he knows his guy's going to be there, which is great. That's having trust in your teammates. That's playing a real team game, and I really appreciate that. However, Stroud is probably the most accurate quarterback in this class, and you can't really teach that kind of accuracy. So I bumped him up a little bit. I know obviously all this news came out about his S2 reaction score. It's not something I'm really worried about. It's a new metric that we're seeing from the fan side. I'm sure teams have had something like this for a while.
Yeah, so this is the S2 is what replaced the Wonderlic test.
The wildly racist Wonderlic test.
Yes, that one.
All right. I got the draft Arizona back, but it's on my phone.
So does Arizona trade out of this pick, or do they just take they need help along that defensive line? Arizona, yeah, I mean, especially with the retirement of JJ Watt, do they have anybody that's going to rush that's able to rush the passer in the desert right now is the big question. Look, if you're Arizona, I think you just have to stay here and take who is considered a generational talent at the position. Now we both have our take on Will Anderson Jr. Obviously coming from a place like Alabama where it's nothing but stars, it's kind of hard for any team to focus on a single player. So I think that I think that's one of the reasons why he was able to have such an amazing year last year. We'll see if he goes to a place like Arizona, if he can still keep that kind of production, because he's going to be the focus of every offensive coordinator if he goes to Arizona.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Honestly, I would probably try to trade out of this because there are teams who are buzzing for quarterback. So take advantage, strike while the iron's hot.
Will we see the Tennessee Titans pull off a major draft day trade?
Either them or the Commanders. Those would be the two big movers that would have to give.
Oh, let it be Daniel Snyder trading up and getting his quarterback and Anthony Richardson before walking out the door.
Yeah, basically walking in and telling them who they're going to pick.
Yeah, I'm still the owner.
Yeah, it's like you're going to pick the number 1 rated kicker, number 3. Sell the team and walk out.
And I don't, until there's ink to paper, I don't think he can tank the franchise like that. But
maybe that's his way to keep them from buying the team.
I mean, if that's the case, the NFL owners just kick him out. They want him gone so bad.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Sorry, I'm still fighting with technology here. Technology, which apparently hates me. Oh, we have a trade. We have a trade. Let's see if we can get some details. Breaking trade, folks. We have a trade alert here.
Let's see. Sorry, that's a copyrighted sound.
That is a copyrighted thing. Don't do that. All right. Houston Texans are on the clock at number 3.
That is just insane. Like, look, here we go. This is Will Anderson Jr. I'm just going to type it in right now. It's Will Anderson Jr.
This has to be. I mean,
yeah. Like, who else would it be? Jalen Carter, maybe, but no, it's Will Anderson Jr. It's got to be.
It's got to be.
Compensate. I mean, obviously that's got to be the number 12.
Well, yeah,
plus.
it's got to be 12. It's probably one of their picks
have
next year, and some additional capital throughout the rest of this draft. Well, the pick is in, according to NFL Network.
It's got to be CJ Stroud. Or Will Anderson, do you want to say CJ Stroud?
No, I'm sorry. I didn't even catch it. Yeah, I know what you mean. We are anticipating the announcement.
I'm not. I don't bite my nails. I don't bite my nails, but I'm about to start biting my nails, man. This is already a huge trade. They took their quarterback at number 2 and then jumped immediately up from number 12. It's got to be Will Anderson Jr. But I know what to get him. Details to come. Thanks, Schefter.
There you go. Will Anderson Jr. out of Alabama. Really like this player. He's I like what he did. I thought he was schemed open a lot. A lot of his success was dictated by the calls and the other alignments on the field. But I think he's going to come in and have an immediate impact. I don't think he's a franchise-changing player. But getting both the quarterback and a leader on defense in a team that's obviously still rebuilding was a good move by Houston. But yeah, I think they went out. They said, we're going to go get the consensus number 1 talented player in this draft. And they got him at number 3.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, what a coup, man. What a freaking coup. I mean, you get in my opinion, the number 1 rated quarterback and the number 1 rated defensive player in the same draft. That's
awesome.
Yeah. Well, Houston, Texas have already won day 1 of the draft. Congratulations, guys.
Yeah. Well, let's see what it does if it takes them out of day 2 at all. Depending on compensation.
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't like is the fact that the Arizona Cardinals just probably got a haul.
Yeah.
That's right. Don't mess it up.
Well, now we've got Indianapolis Colts on the clock.
Is it Will Levis? Is it Will Levis? It's got to be, right? It's got to be Will Levis.
I mean, they've been tied to Will Levis since during the season, even.
He just seems like an Indianapolis quarterback. I mean, when I think of guys putting mayonnaise in their coffee, I think Indianapolis. So,
I mean, they eat spaghetti with chili on it out there. So, interesting combinations. It's actually not bad. I'm not going to knock that too much, but
I'm going to knock it. That's disgusting.
My Italian heritage cringes a little bit when I see it. But
I think anybody's heritage should cringe if you put pasta and chili together. Well, I say that, and you know what? Now that I think about it, our favorite meal was my dad's mac and chili casserole. So
yeah,
I'm going to shut my mouth.
In the military, chili mac was a big hit.
It's good. It's good. Man, I want some chili mac.
So do you think this could be Richardson? Do you think they go high upside?
I don't, and here's why. I think they have to go with somebody a little bit more polished. Honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if this was Hendon Hooker. I really wouldn't. And I'll tell you why. Because with the lack of success that they have had since Andrew Luck announced his retirement and the amount of QBs that they've gone through, they've got to get their guy here. They have to get this right. If they don't, the GM and head coach are not here next year. So they've got to nail this pick. So I think the safe pick is Levis. I think outside you could go Richardson or Hooker, but yeah, I think it's got to be Levis.
right. Well, we'll see. They still got 4 minutes left on the clock.
Well, I don't know about that. ESPN said this is potentially just as much of a draft day steal as Khalil Mack at number 3. Different players, guys. Different players. Khalil Mack's got about 30 pounds on Will Anderson Jr. But yeah, look, I think Houston just won the draft. At least day one of the draft. They absolutely won day one of the draft. If you can get, like I said, I think, at least in my opinion, the number 1 quarterback in the draft and the number 1 defensive player. I mean, kudos to them. I really hope
they had a lot of draft capital. They had a lot of capital. This was always an option. And they went out, they got the number 1 and 2 players on their board. So anytime you can do that, I mean, that's a home run. All right, the pick is in. Let's see what it is.
My fingers are poised above the keyboard.
I mean, we definitely are in agreement that this is a quarterback, right? You don't think they're going to go anyplace else?
If it's not, Indianapolis is going to burn down tonight.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it could be Richardson. I think they could come in here and pull the old switcheroo and not take the guy from their backyard.
I mean, that's a heck of a pick, because you want to talk about boomer bust. I mean, it doesn't get any more boomer bust than Richardson.
Yeah. So you say Levis, I say Richardson.
It's either.
Let's see.
It's gonna be Hendon Hooker.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, look! What a great story if it is Hendon Hooker. I mean, the last time they took a quarterback out of Tennessee, it worked out pretty well for the Indianapolis Colts. So,
yeah. I mean, first ballot Hall of Famer, you can't go wrong there. But not to say I think Hooker is a first ballot Hall of Famer. But here we go. Here's the selection.
I'm so glad I don't have to listen to Goodell.
I know. I'm watching him talk right now. That's Anthony Richardson. Look at that. Quarterback.
Anthony Richardson. My gosh. Way to
Number
go.
4 to the Colts.
Nice.
All right. Yeah, it was just a feeling.
I gotta tell. Well, I'm excited about it, because that means he is not available when the Seahawks pick at number 5, and I couldn't be happier than that. So,
yeah. Hey, I've been pretty open. I'm not the biggest fan of Anthony Richardson as drafted this high as a quarterback, right? He has not to say he should be drafted as another position. I mean, when we went through our quarterbacks, I said first round athleticism, first round upside, but he's a 3rd round quarterback. So he has a really strong arm, but he has some accuracy issues. And I'm not talking about the plethora of dropped balls that happened while he was in college. That had to do with the players he had surrounding him. We know that he did not come from a very talented. Wait, let's see. I got details on the trade. Houston acquires 3rd overall pick for 3rd and 105 from Arizona for the 12, 33, 1st and 3rd next year.
Wow. That's a good trade. Way led. Yeah, Houston. Wow. Good job, Houston. Because that's not much to get a franchise pass rusher and a franchise quarterback. Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah. I mean, and they had those 2 first round picks, because they still have the Browns pick next year from the Watson trade. So
exactly.
I applaud you, Houston. That was a good job and a good negotiated trade. Getting back to Richardson, though, like I said, he tends to miss high. And if you miss high in the NFL, there's a safety running it back.
Yeah.
So, and guys who, when you get nervous, you're always going to go back to what you do naturally. And if he naturally misses high, that's where the problem is. He has some other tools that are really good. He has potential to be amazing. And like we said earlier, he is the embodiment of everybody's creative player in Madden.
So, yeah.
I mean, I wish him the best. I like the Colts as a franchise. So good luck to him. Good luck to them. Great. By keeping this a secret, everybody thought they were going to go Levis here. So awesome job by the Colts.
Yeah. No, I mean, good sniff out by you because I didn't see it. But look, he's going into a pretty good situation. They've got a great running back. They've got a couple up and coming young receivers. They've got an O-line that I think they need to retool a little bit, but it's still a pretty solid offensive line. And that defense has been getting better and better every year. So, I mean, I'm hoping. Do we know who do the Houstons have on their roster besides him right now? Who do the Colts have on their roster besides him?
Gardner Minshew.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
Look,
he signed a deal just this offseason.
Look, great. Minshew. If Richardson's not ready to start, Minshew's already proven that he can be an NFL caliber quarterback. So I think this is a great situation for the Indianapolis Colts. They knocked this out of the park. They've got a guy with just incredible upside. They don't have to rush him into play right away. So kudos.
Oh.
I know.
I don't know if this 3 minutes can go by any faster.
Ugh. If it's Will Levis, I'm leaving the stream.
You're leaving the stream. Which is
check it out.
So Pete Carroll had some of his cryptic tweets that he likes to do.
I know.
And there was definitely some Levis buzz from people. We'll see though.
He didn't. What did he post a picture of Hellman's mayonnaise or something? I missed it.
I didn't see the connection. There was a lot of Seattle related stuff, which was leading me to believe somebody who made a visit to Seattle, or perhaps may have originally been from Seattle, and I'm not sure who that could be. But
Jacob Haener at number 5.
That would shock the world. I like Haener. I don't know if I like him coming up in the first round.
I love Haener. I love Haener as a 5th round pick.
So they had a lot of stuff going on. There was like the official song of the Seattle Kraken is a Nirvana song. And so there were ties there. That was one of his tweets, was clue number whatever. So that's very Seattle ties, right? Although if it was a hockey reference, could they be going Lucas Van Ness, who was a hockey player before he started playing football?
Look, I definitely, I think it's a risky pick. Not risky.
Risky.
But that's a stretch for a top 5 pick. I love Van Ness. Again, go back and look at the guys that are draft eligible from Iowa, and they're all just physical freaks. Him, Jack Campbell, Sam Laporta. Intriguing. If it's Lucas Van Ness, I'm intrigued. But I mean, look, unless you're trading down, you got to take Carter here, right? You have to.
I would take Carter. I would have already had the draft card in unless I was dangling some trade opportunities.
Oh, Schneider's on the phone with at least 3 people right now.
Yeah. But I, once again, believe in building a team from the inside out. There's no other position the Seahawks are that player away from being better. And the only one you could say is probably an interior offensive lineman, because no hate to Phil Haynes, but I would like somebody to at least battle him in camp.
Yeah.
And even Evan Brown, right? Get somebody who plays both center and guard and let the 3 of those guys, let the cream rise to the top.
Or you could get a guy that plays all 5 positions named Cody Mock.
I know. But you're not going to get them here. I mean, unless they went Skoronski, but you could probably move back a couple picks if somebody was willing to come up and get him. Yeah, this is tough. I would go Carter. You have to build from the inside. Our defensive line got decimated in the offseason, probably deservedly so for the way that it performed.
No, yeah, absolutely.
We need defensive linemen. And who knows? On the Richard Sherman podcast, I believe he either had Geno Smith or Quandre Diggs on. Well, he had both of them, but during one of those times, he did mention, Richard Sherman mentioned, not the current player, Richard Sherman mentioned that he was happy they were going back to the, quote, old scheme. So that warmed my heart a little bit, thinking they might go back to a 4-3 cover 3 situation, or perhaps throw a little hybrid, a 4-2-5, use that box safety.
Well, they're going to go back to a 4-3, then it's got to be Carter. Because, I mean, like, you get him and Draymond Jones manning the center of that defensive line. I mean, Nuos is going to feast.
Yeah, well, honestly, I would still pick up a nose, because then you'd have Carter at 3, you'd have the nose tackle at 1, you put Draymond Jones over in that 5, that Michael Bennett role.
Yeah.
Yep. And then you'd have Nwosu Mafe and Taylor, who could man that Leo position, but then also one of those guys could come in on pass rush downs. You take the nose out, you kick Carter over to the 1, you bring Draymond Jones into the 3, and you could immediately have one of the scariest pass rush, I guess, units on the field, just in your front 4.
Look, I'm sold. Take Carter and go back to the 4-3. I think it's a done deal. Let's make it happen.
Yeah, that's what I'd like to see. I would understand the pick of corner, but I like Carter better.
Ooh, man, yeah. I mean, look, if they took Devin Witherspoon, if they took Christian Gonzalez, I don't think I would be upset. It would be an underwhelming.
And there they did it. Corner, Devin Witherspoon out of Illinois.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Right.
I mean, I was just kind of spitballing at that one. But yeah, that's a very interesting pick. I love it from one standpoint, and that is now you basically have your secondary locked down for the next 5, 6, 7 years. And you can't say too much about that. That's very intriguing.
You will not be throwing on the Seahawks this year. Wow. Yeah, I'm shocked. That's was not expecting that. Whew. I mean, yeah, great. I mean, look, again, when Seattle was its best, it's because that Legion of Boom, that secondary, was the absolutely best secondary in the league. And if that's how we're going to build it, then yeah, great.
Yeah, for sure. And I would normally have a graphic up right now about this pick, but for some reason, it just loaded. Here we go. Just being slow. So yeah, Devin Witherspoon. Some people might say a little bit of a reach, especially when Carter was still on the board.
Yeah.
I think it's a similar need. Maybe they really are sticking to their guns when they said no more character issues. And for me, Carter has a really big one, and it's not even the driving incident, the racing incident that he had, but it's the work ethic incident, which could be chalked up to maybe a little bit of mental health going off of the previous from that incident, the racing incident. So they may have just decided to take a bit of a wide berth. You take Witherspoon here, great corner, long. He'll come in and match up across from Tariq Woolen. And yeah, I love it. I love it. Save money with your corners because they're paying so much to their safety unit.
Yeah, look, I guess I just question what that means for Kobe Bryant. Now that we've got our Love, the safety, coming in, and he's much more of like a big nickel kind of guy. So we got a deep quarterback room though. I mean, even Mike Jackson can play in a pinch. So we've got depth there for sure.
We do. I like Devin Witherspoon. was my number 1 rated corner.
Well, I was going to say he's your number 1 rated corner. So,
yeah. So I like it. I like it from a defensive standpoint. I think they, once again, I would have liked to have seen offensive or defensive line. Obviously, offensive line probably wasn't an option. If they had questions on Carter, though, I would have moved out to Devin Witherspoon. Witherspoon would have been my number 2 because I don't think Tyree Wilson should have been the pick. I don't like anybody else really who would have been slated at this spot. So I am okay with Witherspoon. I had him going to Detroit next. So this is right in the same area in the draft. So I am all right with that. All right. Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, just unexpected turn. I mean, I really thought it was going to have to be Carter or trade back. So, but again, I'm not disappointed. Again, it justifying it in my head to myself is like, again, when Seattle was at its best, it's because we had a lockdown secondary, and yeah, you're not going to want to throw against the Seattle secondary, at least not on the outside.
No, not at all. I'm excited. They're building up, right? When the Legion of Boom was great. Oh, we got a trade. We have a trade.
My gosh, is this the Seahawks pulling off of Houston?
It is not. It is, however, the Arizona Cardinals coming up from 12 to number 6.
Wow.
Who do you think the Cardinals are coming up to? Probably Carter, right? I mean,
you would think. Although I can't. Why would Detroit? I don't know why Detroit would trade.
I don't know why Detroit would pass on him.
I mean, unless they were out on Carter too, but unless they were out on Carter too.
This is interesting. I'm searching for compensation right now. Let's see if we can find out what this Arizona compensation was for this trade.
But yeah, it's got to be Carter, right?
Yeah, I believe it has to be. All right. So I'm getting alerts over here. I'm trying to figure out what exactly is going on. All right. Hey, the pick is in. So let's see who the Cards moved up for. I imagine.
I mean, if it's not Carter, you got to question what, I mean, you don't have to question, but it's, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. I just to come up from 12. My guess is at least a mid-round pick this year and next year.
So it was for the number 6 pick, the Cards gave up 12 and 34.
Oh yeah, okay. So a second round pick this year,
yeah. And honestly, they got good capital for next year. And they got an extra 3rd, I think, this year. So if your guy's there, go get him.
I mean,
all right.
Gotta be Joe.
Oh, and Larry, I just saw I know Adam responded to you there. I just saw your comment. I really like Antonio Johnson out of Texas A&M. I think he could definitely be just like you said, a chancellor type of safety. So an interesting prospect. Somebody I know I spotlighted on our safety top 10 prospects as a mid to late round guy who I wouldn't mind the Seahawks targeting. So great call on that one.
You think?
And
Yeah, I mean, if they're going to double up on the secondary, I think you got to go. You got to go versatile safety. But again, I think after signing a guy like Love to come over, that's a lot of depth in your secondary that I'm not sure how you're getting all these guys on the field together.
All right, we got the selection.
It's got to be Jalen Carter. It's got to be.
No. It is Paris Johnson. Not Paris Johnson Jr.
Wow.
Ohio State.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
Hey, there was a thought that there could be a slide, right? Everybody said Jalen Carter might slide.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, still.
All right, so here you go. Here is Paris Johnson Jr. out of Ohio State. Yeah, he's probably, I forget where I had him rated off the top of my head, but good.
He was my
tackle, high.
He was our number 2 tackle, I think, both of us, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was up there, 2 or 3. I know I had, who did I have it? Why it's Skoronski at 1 because I see him as a tackle. But yeah, good player. Obviously, you can see Draft Network, NBC Sports, ESPN, and PFF all had him sort of at the beginning part of the teens there. But real good player. I like him. I think he is a prototype left tackle who can get it done for years in this league. Good for them.
I mean,
plus now we don't have to go against Jalen Carter.
Yeah, at least not in division. God, man, can you imagine if Carter's still there for Detroit?
Oh my God! After moving down, that's Christmas for
it'd be sick.
The Lions fans. All right, the Raiders are on the clock. Let's see what the Las Vegas Raiders can do. They've got Levis. I mean, they could go Levis right here, not have to move. Everybody projected them as a trade partner. They could stay pat and still get probably the 3rd quarterback, but who will be the 4th quarterback off the board in Will Levis. I am not the biggest Will Levis fan. I think he takes a little bit too many steps. He has that little false step out with his left foot while he's dropping back from center. That could cause problems, especially under center, which is more common in the NFL than you see in college. But yeah, strong arm. Was not the strongest at the combine, but still strong. So, I don't know. We'll see. That's an option. They could go Carter, beef up their defensive line. I know people had them in some mocks going with Tyree Wilson, so they may have not thought Carter was available, and then they could go with the guy that maybe they scouted a little bit more. I don't know. Christian Gonzalez is also a good option for the Raiders here.
Yeah, they need help in the secondary for sure.
They do need help in the secondary. All right, let's pull up the Raiders depth chart. Once my computer decides to work. All right. I might go quarterback here. Just tell you the truth.
Look, with the history that Jimmy Garoppolo has of not stay healthy through an entire season, I think you've got to hedge your bets a little bit here. And I don't think that they think that he's the quarterback of the future. So I think Levis would be, and I would love it if they took Levis.
Yeah, I would go. I'm going to say quarterback. They could go offensive line, but I don't think they would take Skoronski. So they would have to maybe go to Broderick Jones. So, yeah, that's what I'm going to say. They could go Gonzalez, Carter, Levis, or Broderick Jones. Those are my 4 predictions because I'm hedging my bets. This is Vegas,
I mean, I
right?
could see Skoronski being the pick. I mean, I think that with that kind of versatility, I think that they like that scheme, especially coming from I guess it's technically the Josh Daniels scheme. That was the offensive scheme in New England forever. So, yeah, I could see Skoronski, but yeah, I could see another tackle. Broderick Jones, I think, would be a good one out of Georgia. Cornerback, I think, makes a lot of sense. But I agree with you. I think quarterback is the optimal pick in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, they have Brian Hoyer as their backup, but and he does have experience.
Yes, experience in being mediocre. Yes, he does. He has a lot of that. It's not very nice, Adam. I'm starting to get excited for this Seahawks. I wonder how many, because I know that we've got, or you especially have at least a couple more Illinois players rated pretty highly in their respective positions. So could we see a couple more Illinois players coming off the board tomorrow and landing in the Seahawks facility come fall?
Oh, you're talking about the Brown twins?
The Brown twins.
I'm a big fan of both those guys. I don't think they're day 2. Sidney Brown could go day 2. Chase Brown, the running back, might be a day 3, round 4 kind of guy. But
okay.
I think we're loaded at defensive back. I don't think they would.
Yeah, like I said,
but I like him.
Yeah, it's. I mean, you're right. I ostensibly loaded defensive back. I mean, obviously, Quandre Diggs came on late last year after battling back from that injury. I think that it's going to be interesting to see how he's obviously he's going to be 31 this year, so there's no spring chicken, and then we still have no idea what Jamal Adams looks like in this scheme. So I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility for them to take a safety, earlier, maybe day 2 or day 3 if somebody falls that they really like. But yeah, it's a pretty loaded secondary at this point.
Yeah, I agree. It's interesting. I like it. I'm kind of excited. Now I want to see what they're going to do. Maybe Pete Carroll stepped in as the defensive back guy, the guy with the background there, and said, "No, let me go get my guy. We're going to go back to running this cover 3."
Look, I mean, yeah, this is I did not, and I've done a million mock drafts in the last few days, and I got to tell you, I did not have them taking a cornerback this early in any of them.
Yeah, I've mocked them to take a corner just to kind of see how the board fell, but
I mean, look, new broom. Look, I think this is really telling of the change in the mentality in the Seahawks front office. Last year they said, we just went with the best player available on our board with every pick, regardless of need, and I think that's what they did here.
Oh, for sure. All right, so we have the pick. The pick is in for the Raiders, and it is Tyree Wilson out of Texas Tech.
There you go.
There you go. ESPN's number 4 ranked player on their big board. So I think PFF and my views align more likely than not right there on Tyree Wilson. They have him at 28. But yeah, I mean, this is who I had the Raiders taking if they didn't trade up to get a quarterback, because I thought we were going to have the 4 quarterbacks go early. So this is who I had them taking. Obviously, this is who they did their homework on. Highly productive the last 2 years. I'm not as high on him. There's something about him I don't like. I think he's kind of a one-trick pony, but I encourage him to prove me wrong. I always want these guys to succeed. So there you go. Congratulations, Tyree Wilson, getting drafted number 7th overall to the Las Vegas Raiders.
Yeah, look, I mean, this guy's obviously a physical freak. If he can put it all together, he could easily be a terror coming off the edge for the Raiders. I think it's good for them. They've obviously got Max Crosby coming off on one side. They needed a running mate for him, and I think they've got it right here.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I looked at the depth chart, right, and we knew defensive line was an option. I thought they might go Carter, but they went with Wilson, and I think that's just down to scouting. I think they thought there was no chance Carter would be there, and they may not have. Actually, I'm going to take that back. I forgot about Henry Ruggs.
Ooh.
So I'm going to say there was no chance that the Raiders were ever going to go Carter because they can't have that incident after having Ruggs and his incident in the building.
Yeah, that's I agree. I guess that never crossed my mind, but yeah, it makes absolute sense that they would pass on Carter. What are your thoughts on Derek Hall? Larry's pushing for him to be a pick coming up.
Oh, what are we thinking? Like at 20, or just?
I think he might. I think he's talking about right here for the Atlanta Falcons.
Oh, I'd be shocked if he went this high. I do like him. I think he's got a ton of potential. I see him more as an end of the first round, maybe second round guy. So this would be a little high for me, but I see the potential there for sure.
Yeah. Well, you had Hall as a day 2 pick, didn't you? When we did our rankings, or was he a day 3 pick?
I have him as a day 2 pick. I don't think I talked about him in our rankings show though.
Okay. Well, I think you did. He wasn't on your board, but I think when we were talking about some of the guys that fell away in that position, but
for sure, I definitely talked about him when I was making the graphics, because when I made his, there are a couple.
And I was mistaken.
That differ. Some disparaging rankings there.
I was mistaken. Larry was specifically saying for pick 20.
Okay. Address the D line. Like I said, I want either an offensive lineman or a defensive lineman. So as long as they're going to come in and help the team as one of those big guys in the trenches, then I'm all for it.
I mean, I think it's got to be D line, right, for our second pick today. I mean, we're looking pretty far ahead, obviously going down all the way to pick 20 here, but not that I would be upset with an offensive lineman. They have, obviously they're pretty high on some of these guys. There's been a lot of buzz behind, around John Michael Schmitz or who was it? Steve Avila, I think, has been getting some buzz as well as possibly a day 1 pick for the Seahawks. So we'll see. But yeah, I think, again, I think D line is where the hell. But again, at pick 20, and again, there's obviously the possibility of trade up, trade down, all that sort of movements available to them. But is there a D tackle that you see as a possible pick at 20?
If they could move down a little bit, maybe bringing Mozzie Smith. But no.
What do you think that phone call was like?
Brian Brisee. I'd be fine with Brian Brisee at 20.
Okay. Yeah, not really. I mean,
we need
again,
somebody like Cansey, but I could see Brisee coming in if he's willing to put on 20-25 pounds.
Right. Which who knows? I mean, with his injury history, maybe. Yeah, that could be a scary proposition for him. But yeah, Mozzie Smith I think is great. I was gonna ask, what do you think that phone call was like between Jim Harbaugh and Pete Carroll? To be a fly on a wall for that conversation.
Oh yeah. Alrighty, let's see. Well, I've got the pick is in. We're just waiting to hear from it. Who do you think it's going to be? I think they're going. I thought they were going to go Tyree Wilson. He's not available. Carter, I think, is a perfect pick for them. A hometown guy, right? They are very familiar with him, I'm sure. I could see them going Carter. I think they need help on the line. And
I agree. I could see Carter. I could honestly see them taking Will Levis. I mean, there hasn't been a lot of, praise behind Desmond Ridder coming out of Atlanta. Another option I think is Jackson Smith and Jigba here. I know that their fans would be absolutely would go insane if they took another offensive. Yeah, if they took another offensive weapon here. But they haven't put it all together out there on offense. So as far as compliments for what they've already got, I mean Jackson Smith-Njigba is pretty much the perfect weapon to go along with. I forgot their receiver's name, but then there's also obviously Kyle Pitts at tight end. So yeah,
Drake London.
Thank you, Drake London.
Yep.
But yeah,
they have to go defense. They can't go offensive weapon at this spot. They cannot do it. There will be a riot in downtown Atlanta.
Which is, I'm waiting for the pick. Get up and I haven't been. Have you looked at Seahawks Twitter yet? I haven't taken a look.
I have not.
Probably see what the all saying about. Oh, here we go. Here's the one I was talking about. Sources close to the Seahawks have informed me that owner Jody Allen has given the team the go-ahead to do whatever it takes to trade up to the number 2 pick to secure their quarterback in the future. So that was actually a tweet. That's what I woke up to this morning. Obviously, that didn't happen. Thank goodness.
Yeah.
Our friend of the podcast, Hot Takes Anna, put up a great graphic. The new Legion is forming. She's got a picture of Devin Witherspoon and Tariq Woolen side by side. I think that is going to be one of the best quarterback tandems for many years to come in this league.
Oh, this is awesome. I mean, good for this kid. Listen, the pick is in, and they went with Bijan Robinson out of Texas. Probably the only offensive weapon
my gosh
that I'm okay with them going for.
Wow. Yeah, that's a shocker. But yeah, I mean, look, he deserved to go in the top 10. Not a lot of people thought it was going to happen, obviously, because of the positional value. But yeah, I mean, their offense is looking scary. Wow, yeah, that is a shocker for sure.
Yeah, wow, that's awesome. All right, let me go dig in and pull up my Bijan Robinson. There he is. Really exciting you got to think 10 years ago, he would have been the number 1 overall pick, hands down, no questions asked.
Oh, easily.
He is one of my, if not my number 1 true value player on the board. Absolutely love this player. Think he's got tons of talent. Great job.
Oh, yeah, in spades. Yeah, look, we were talking about if he's there at 20, do the Seahawks have to take him? I think the answer for both of us was yes, absolutely. The Seahawks have to take him if he's there at 20. I'm glad, good for him that he didn't last that long. He obviously should not have lasted that long. But yeah, this is a heck of a pick.
All right, and we have some breaking news here. We have another trade to announce.
Yeah.
And that is that the Philadelphia Eagles move up one spot with the Bears.
It's Carter.
This has to be Carter.
It's Carter.
They gave up, obviously, the number 10, so they swapped picks, and then they gave up an extra 4th in order to make that happen.
Wow.
So, but going back to Bijan Robinson, field vision is elite. He broke 104 tackles last year, which is insane. It's the highest number that PFF has calculated for a player in their existence. I mean, he hands down, like top notch, one of the best, if not the best player in this draft class, just went at number 8 to the Atlanta Falcons. Sorry, I cut you off. Or were you?
No, you're good. I was just marveling at my brother-in-law's accuracy in that pick. He called it. Bijan Robinson, way to go. Good job, Larry. We'll have to have you on the podcast next for tomorrow if you're available. You can come and give us some more predictions.
Yeah, I mean nobody wants to hear us talk for the whole time, so let's get a third voice in there.
Yeah, despite all evidence to the contrary, I'm definitely getting tired of hearing my own voice.
All right. I think this has to be Carter.
It's got to be, right?
I mean, they moved up. They built their championship playing. We're not going to say they won a championship with that defense because they still did bring Vic Fangio in to consult in the weeks leading up to the Super Bowl, even though that
is that the biggest mistake is that the biggest mistake of the last, let's say, 5 Super Bowls, bringing Vic Fangio in to shut down Patrick Mahomes?
Yes, 100%. Yeah, because they didn't look like themselves. And I think they were trying to be too cute. And I think that had a big part of it.
I mean, yeah, they didn't sack him once. The vaunted Eagles defensive line didn't touch Patrick Mahomes. And that's not a winning formula.
No, and Kansas City has a great they have a great line. Like I don't want to take anything away from Kansas City's line. No. But the Eagles did not look like themselves, not just from the other team is matching up better with a standpoint. There was something else going on.
Yeah, I mean, they had 4 guys that had 10+ sacks this last season, and none of them could get. Yeah, I think it was all about scheme for sure.
Yep. I'm going to look pretty silly if it's not Jalen Carter. I already loaded the Jalen Carter graphic.
Let's be clear. The Eagles will look silly if it's not Jalen Carter.
Yeah, they're another team that has the locker room to be able to deal with any.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I said it. When we talked about how this draft was going to go, I said the perfect landing spot for Jalen Carter is Philadelphia. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't get any better. He's got former Cat. They drafted a teammate of his last year. It's still up and coming. Man, gosh, they have such a ridiculously.
Is that Nakobe Dean? They have Nakobe Dean up there. All right.
Yep. Yeah, it's got to be. I mean, and it's the right pick here too. Jalen Carter is the right pick.
Mm-hmm. Man, I was really hoping Bijan Robinson was going to fall to 20.
Oh man, that would have been disgusting. Also, it would have broken Twitter. Seahawks Twitter would have just erupted.
Yeah, but that's just because I know schematically what you can do. If you could have had both those guys, both Walker and Robinson back there, man, it could have been nasty. Absolutely nasty.
Larry's thinking that it could be Zay Flowers. That would be a surprise pick.
Zay Flowers at 20 or Zay Flowers?
No, I think again, he's not specifying, but I think I think he's talking about the Eagles because the message was Flowers, wide receiver. They love offense or like offense, and he's right. They do, but I mean, that's the one thing they don't. The one thing they don't need is a wide receiver. That's what they do not need.
Well, I don't know. I mean, they basically took the exact same player in Kyle Pitts, and then the next year, when they took, I just lost Drake London, but I think. Sorry. Sorry. I was thinking about Atlanta for some reason. No. I agree. I think at 30 is when the Atlanta Falcons go offense. I think they have to go Carter here. There's no other way, right? And the fact they do, it just broke. Defensive tackle Jalen Carter out of Georgia.
And I mean, that's the right pick. So good job. That is absolutely the right pick.
And I think a good landing spot, obviously, as somebody already knows, in Nakobe Dean. They're known for having that stout defensive line, and they lost a couple players off that line this offseason. So having somebody like Jalen Carter, who I wanted at 5, I'm not going to sugarcoat that. I do like the Witherspoon pick, but I wanted Jalen Carter at 5. For him going to 9, I mean, they're essentially going to save almost $1 million on cap with him, and they're still going to have him for 5 years. So that's a win. But it does make you doesn't. I don't want to say question, but it does make. No, I am going to say it though. It does make you question the pick of Witherspoon at 5 because clearly it hasn't started a run on defensive backs. I didn't think it would. I think Witherspoon was always going to go top 10. And then I have Gonzalez going in the early teens. That's always how I've seen it. We'll see. I don't think if there's going to be a run, it's going to be if Banks and Porter go in the 15 to 18 range. If both of those guys go there, you might see 5 corners come off the board in this first round.
Yeah.
All right. So now we have the Chicago Bears on the clock.
This has got to be an offensive tackle, right?
I would go Skoronski here. Go with the hometown guy, number 1 rated offensive lineman. Sure, he might be a guard. He might be a tackle. I don't think the short arms really bother me, because if you look at the quality of player he's gone up against, he's been able to stop a lot of those players for his whole time. And
yeah, look, I mean, technique
that's who I would go.
Yeah, I mean, technique can hide a lot of any physical deficiencies, and there's nobody more technically perfect along the offensive line than Peter Skoronski right now. So
that is true.
All right, too much of this water and soda. You got to hold down the fort for about 2 minutes while I take a quick bathroom break.
All right. Think Skoronski thoughts. All right. Well, Adam steps away. I really like the pick of Jalen Carter by the Eagles. I think it's a dream scenario for them, and that's why it was worth a 4th round pick for them to come up and get him. He kind of slid, but I never saw him getting past Chicago at 9 or Philadelphia at 10. And obviously we see here he actually went to Philadelphia, but at 9. Good job by the Bears of getting a little extra value. They've really cleaned up. They know they're in a rebuilding situation. So they should make the smart move and go with an offensive or defensive lineman here. Someone you can build a team from the inside out, protect. If you go offensive line, protect that young quarterback. Got to keep him upright. I know he has great scrambling ability, but yeah, you got to build the team right. I think the Bears are doing that by getting extra capital. This draft class is loaded in the middle rounds. We'll have some really good players fall in the 3rd, 4th, 5th round area. So picking up an extra 4 for moving back 1 spot to grab a guy you may have already taken off your board. That's a no-brainer right there. What I do have to say about Jalen Carter going to the Eagles is I don't like the NFC getting stronger, right? That makes it a little tougher route for the Seahawks. Seahawks need to, not that they can't handle it, right? You always want to beat the tougher opponents so that you can sharpen your abilities a little bit better, right? Iron sharpens iron. So having a strong team like the Philadelphia Eagles in the division, in the conference is only good for the Seahawks. But yeah, I don't think we have to play them next year. So thank goodness for that. Adam, I feel you're sufficiently ready to go now.
Let's hope so. Did the pick come in while I was gone? Apparently not.
It did not. I think they're coming to announce it right now.
Oh, I got my co-host here. Everybody say hi to Sold. Hi, Sold.
All right. Oh, no. I'm wrong. Hey, so it's not who I thought they were going to get. So the pick is in, and it's offensive tackle Darnell Wright out of Tennessee.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I think we both thought it was going to be tackle, but yeah, that's
not the one I thought. I was thinking Broderick Jones or Skoronski. I never even thought it would be Darnell Wright.
Yeah, that is that's definitely a surprise.
Yeah, I see him as a right tackle. Not only, I think he can probably go to the left side, but you might want him to get his feet wet on the right side. It's what he's used to playing. But yeah, Darnell Wright. goes to the Chicago Bears, pick number 10. Once again, I like the fact that they went offensive line here. I was just saying offensive line is where they need to go. And yeah, I thought they could have got a better player. I like Darnell Wright, but I like Darnell Wright in that 18 to 28
I was gonna say,
kind of realm.
Yeah, I had him behind. There's at least 2 other tackles I had rated higher than him myself, but I think they had to go tackle here, and I mean, but they got to protect Justin Fields somehow, and if they think this is the guy, then more power to him.
Yeah, and this very well may have been them. This was the guy they wanted all along, and they were trying to get a trade partner, and they weren't able to find one, so they just went and took their guy. And I have no problems with that if that's the mentality. All right. So the Tennessee Titans are on the board. The pick is already in. We seem to be dragging a little bit in the broadcast. Oh, they probably got Levis. This is probably the Levis pick.
There you
go. Which is somebody they legitimately probably talked about trading up to get earlier in the draft. We'll see. I might look stupid, but I think it's going to be Will Levis. Especially with how quick this pick came in.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's like they had it ready to go.
All right.
God, full of.
Sorry, we got some commercials going right now. You got to get your advertising revenue in.
We've already had what, 5 trades in this draft so far? If you're counting the Carolina Panthers, obviously.
Well, Panthers first one, right, and then the Texans,
and
and then
then you had
the Texans again, right?
Yeah.
Well, no, that's the one it was. So
no, it was the Texans were the first one, and then Arizona trading back up.
Yep. That's right. That's the one I'm forgetting.
Yeah.
So that's 3 obviously, in the top 4 picks.
Then Philadelphia.
Yep, that's 4. So yeah, 4 trades in the top 10.
Crazy.
All right. Like I said, I think this is Levis. They could also go tackle. Broderick Jones is still on the board. Peter Skoronski is still on the board. They would do very well by going after a tackle as well. Depending on how high they are on Malik Willis. I mean, still a young guy. They have to see what they got out of him last year a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a loyal person.
And as far as I know, Ryan Tannehill is still under contract. So
that's true. Who knows? The Washington Commanders might end up with Levis when this is all said and done.
Oh, I'd love to see that camp battle. Him and Howell going at it. That'd be great.
Yeah. I probably like Howell better. A year of NFL coaching under his belt, but I liked him better as a prospect.
I definitely like Howell better. Yeah.
I think Levis is a little I don't know. I see
a little too bust, mayonnaise and coffee.
But I'm not going to say he's going to be a bust. There are definitely some traits that I see that I don't like.
Well, there's a little bit of Ryan Leaf in him, that's for sure.
I wasn't gonna say a name because that name involves.
I have no problem saying a name. That's we all know how I feel about Mr. Will Levis. I'm just glad the Seahawks didn't blink there.
There you go.
Hey. Why are you so needy right now? Huh? Who do you think it's going to be sold? Oh, Izzy thinks it's going to be a defensive player.
Oh, who do you think it might be?
I mean, I could see.
Go ahead. I was wrong. We do play the Eagles next year.
Yeah.
At home, though. So at least there's that.
That's upsetting. Yep. Oh, cool. We'll get to see Jalen Carter in Seattle then. That's fantastic. What are you doing? Get off me.
All right, let's see if I can suck more of my computer's memory by pulling up one of these best available boards. Next year, I'll finish coding my own, but
There you go.
Yeah. Well, I already have my algorithm that I've been working on since I was coaching adult. So yeah. Hey, that's the algorithm that predicted Woolen. So I'm so far got pretty good faith in it.
There you go. If it's not Levis, does Detroit take a chance on him? Or you think he goes all the way to Washington? I mean, obviously, if he doesn't go here, it's going to go to Washington. But
yeah, I mean, Detroit could move up. I don't think he's worth moving up. He's basically Goff with a stronger arm. So why would you do that when you already have Goff on your team?
And yeah, considering how, I mean, their offense was lights out last year. So
yeah. What is going on? How come people are changing stuff?
Because they
sorry, I'm being an old guy and cursing.
What in tarnation?
Yeah. Oh, there we go. The pick is in. It is Peter Skoronski.
Hey, there you go.
Offensive tackle out of Northwestern. Which is good, right? I mean, like we're saying, you need to keep your young quarterback upright. How far is Levis going to fall?
I mean, he can't make it past 16, can he?
No, I don't think he does. Though it could signal maybe there were some more smoke and mirrors going on with teams in regard to some of these quarterbacks. But here, let's talk about Peter Skoronski, which apparently we're jumping the gun because right now I have the broadcast coming out saying it. Though apparently I'm a little behind the times. Am I live again? Okay. Yeah. So yeah, Peter Skoronski. I like him. And I like him as a tackle because you draft him as a tackle, you work him out there, and if things go wrong, you kick him inside. But give him a chance at the premier, the valuable position of tackle.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I mean, you look at his play in college, especially last year. I mean, and you said it before, if you draft him right here and then immediately move him to guard, what were you scouting him for?
Yeah. And did Detroit trade up?
Oh, I don't know.
Or did
No, Detroit was sitting at 12. Remember that was the Houston
that was the Arizona. That was the Arizona trade. That's right.
Right. Yeah. Arizona traded with Houston back to 12 and then traded up with them. Yep. There we go. Okay. It's all coming together now.
It's all coming together. Me and my old brain is not quite, making it through here. All right. So Peter Skoronski, I would have loved to have seen him in Chicago. Just for
the hometown,
the story of it all. But I like him. I was pretty high on him. Honestly, if the Seahawks would have got him at 5, I wouldn't have complained. I may have said, well, maybe 7, but 5.
Yeah.
As you can see, PFF and NBC Sports, and that's Connor Rogers' top 300 out of NBC Sports. They had him at 5. So, yeah, I like him. And now we got Detroit on the clock. As soon as I can find my Lions logo here. Who do you think they're going to go with? Who's available? Holy moly. The pick was just announced. It's Jahmyr Gibbs, running back.
What?
Out of Alabama.
Whoa. I mean, wow. Really?
Yeah.
Wow. That's the shocker. That's probably the shocker of the day, guys.
So far, that's the shocker of the day.
Wow.
It depends on how they use him. Jahmyr Gibbs has such good hands that he could straight up play slot receiver for a team.
I mean, look, I think this signals the end of. And now I'm forgetting. I always forget people's names. Who was the running back that they didn't let walk in free agency this year?
Oof. I don't know.
Help me out, people watching the stream. Who's the oft hurt yet very talented Detroit running back?
Is Swift there?
Thank you. That's who it is. DeAndre Swift. Yeah. I mean, they brought in what's his name? David Montgomery from the Chicago in this offseason. So yeah, look, I think Swift's days are numbered.
Yeah, I mean, great athlete. Like I said, he has almost elite hands for a running back. He could come in and play that gadget slot type of player who's going to run routes, catch passes, have a sweep action, some jet sweeps. He can motion back in the backfield and line up at a traditional running back spot. There are a lot of things you can do with him. I think at 12, it's a little bit high, but if they didn't see a landing spot to move back, then once again, like the Bears, this may have been just the next guy they had on their board. But yeah, I mean, hey, good for him. I like to see running backs getting back into the mix. I think it's been a long time since we've had 2 running backs go in the first round. So
it has been a while. And look, I mean, as dangerous as Detroit's offense was last year, it's getting scary, man. I mean, it is getting legit scary. Detroit is going to make some noise, and the NFC North is pretty much wide open. Green Bay here. Okay, so Green Bay obviously trading Aaron Rodgers to the Jets, moving up from 15 to 13 here. It's Jordan Love time in Green Bay. Do we see the first tight end off the board?
I don't think that's a bad move, and I would go with Michael Mayer. Give that traditional inline, that tight end who can also block for you, that type of player. That's who I would go with here. Get Jordan Love, a young quarterback, a reliable tight end to throw to. Tight ends are a young quarterback's best friend. So yeah, I say go get one. You have to give him all the opportunity to be successful in this league.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think that I would be shocked if they took a wide receiver, but I think they could take a wide receiver here. Although I think with what you've got on the team right now, with was it Christian? Why again, guys? Sorry, I'm just the worst with names. But the wide receiver that they drafted in the second round last year, and then they also had another guy that came on pretty late. I think was a 7th round pick for him. Yeah, I think the right pick here is tight end. I think they could go to kind of help rebuild that offensive line. They've got some guys getting a little older along there. So I could see an offensive tackle here. Yeah, I mean, there's a ton of defensive players. I mean, Lucas Van Ness is still out there from Iowa. Will McDonald. There's a lot of pass rushers, but yeah, I think tight end here. And since it should be Michael Mayer, I think it's gonna be Luke Musgrave,
or probably more likely Dalton Kincaid, but because he is the number 1 move tight end, but he's not going to help you at all in blocking. All right, now I think this might be working. Let's see. Oh, wow. NFL.com really high on Jalen Hyatt. He is their number 2 available prospect right now.
What?
Yeah.
And they know that Luke Musgrave, Jackson Smith and Jigba is still available, right?
I know, right? And they have Luke Musgrave as their number 1 available tight end right now.
Oh, I told you. Now watch. It's going to be Luke Musgrave. I'm
going to go to PFF. It's going to happen. Because NFL.com is a little whack right now. Not that PFF's much better, but at least their rankings make some sense. Why am I signed out?
I'm getting on the phone with my my Green Bay peeps. I got to see if what they're
someone has insight.
Yep.
All right. The pick is in. We haven't had an announcement yet, but it is definitely in.
Be Luke Musgrave. Be Luke Musgrave. It'd be the only one I've gotten right today.
Let's see. All right. That looks a little better. PFF has Will Levis, then Jackson Smith-Njigba, then Dalton Kincaid, Christian Gonzalez, Nolan Smith. In that order of players are available. At least that makes a little more sense.
There for me, but
well, they had him as their
Will
number
Levis,
7 overall player. So,
come on.
Yeah, it is what it is. Let's see.
I think it's too bad we're not monetized. I want to start a money line on all these, these players. 5-1 odds, guys. Come on. All right. If it's Musgrave, I'm gonna jump.
Yeah, if it's Musgrave, I'll just call you Nostradamus, and we'll just leave it at that.
One right all day.
Yeah. Oh, can't wait for my my new monitor to get here. Right now, I've oh, here we go. Here we go. Pick is in. They went defensive line with one Lucas Van Ness.
Hey, I did say he was a possibility. All right.
He is a possibility.
And he's a possibility, and now he is officially a Green Bay Packer.
A Green Bay Packer. He is a Green Bay Packer type of player. Zero character concerns with this guy. Been a team player his entire time, and former hockey player. So you know they're going to love him up there in Green Bay.
Absolutely.
All right, so here you go. Lucas Van Ness going to the Green Bay Packers at pick number 13. All right. He does like to rush power a little too much for me. I would like to see him develop some more tools in his toolbox.
I mean, when you're that tall and that long, I mean, you can though, right?
Yeah, but that won't work at the NFL. He can't just be a speed to power guy. We do have another trade.
Yeah.
All right. Here you go. Use a little clip. We have a trade alert. The Pittsburgh Steelers have moved up to pick number 14.
Here we go. Joey Porter Jr.
Oh my gosh, I would love that. And
it's got to be.
I think it's a good player for them, regardless of ties to the history of the franchise.
Oh yeah, no, I mean like they definitely need help at corner. I think it's the right pick. I mean this is like a perfect storm of like feel good story, position of need, and top player on the board, because I could easily see him being the top player on their board right now.
Yeah, 100%. And StreamYard decided to delete my Pittsburgh Steeler logo, so give me 2 seconds to load that back up.
I mean, maybe it's still mad about Super Bowl 40.
Maybe. So yeah, Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock. We're awaiting trade compensation, though they moved up 2-3 picks. So you're gonna see a little bit of that, maybe a third rounder. Let's see, I got it right here. Compensation with the Patriots. Patriots trade the 14th to the Steelers for the first round number 17 and fourth round number 120. So basically the same compensation that the Eagles gave up to go from 10 to 9. All right. But I don't think we really talked too much about Lucas Van Ness. Big, long, strong player. Didn't start playing until he got to high school. So another player who's developing. I think he has higher. I think he has a higher upside because I think he's more coachable than some of these other players like Tyree Wilson, who had some of the same knocks about him. So I really like it. And I like the fit with the franchise. I can't say anything enough about that. That's just a great fit. And he went in the exact same position I thought he would go because I thought the Patriots were going to take him. So,
yeah.
So I nailed the number. I missed on the team. This has to be Joey Porter Jr. I don't want it to be anybody else.
Yeah, it would be such a missed opportunity if it wasn't, right? I mean, like, who else do you take here?
Yeah.
I mean, especially if they took a different corner. Like, can you imagine them taking Christian Gonzalez when Joey Porter Jr. was on the board?
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. I already got the pick in off of PFF. They're jumping the announcement.
Oh,
that just gives me 10 seconds more to go grab the player.
Did we get it right? Am I changing this right now?
We got it wrong. It is
no
tackle Broderick Jones.
Yeah. No. Oh, why?
Hey, he can come to Seattle. We'll just take all the defensive backs.
Such a missed opportunity.
Yep, great player though. Don't take Adam's response of missed opportunity.
Nothing against Broderick Jones. No, not at all.
I think they got good value here. I think Broderick Jones probably should have gone at 10 when the the Bears took Darnell. Why can't I think of his name right now? Right. Darnell Wright out of Tennessee. So I thought Broderick Jones here, he fell 5 spots. But yeah, good tackle, prototypical left tackle. They're getting somebody to kind of lock down that spot for a while. They've got some aging players in their club that they need to eventually have replacements for. And I think Broderick Jones is a good piece for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Once again, it's not the player I wanted them to draft, but I wanted that hometown story with Joey Porter Jr. going there. So, but anyway, Congratulations, Broderick Jones, another Georgia Bulldog making it into the league. We all knew he was going to be drafted in the first round, but congratulations yet again to that young man for making it to the next stage of his career.
Yeah, but good for him. And yeah, I agree. I mean, this is obviously a really good pick. They definitely needed to bolster up their tackle position, their offensive line, period. But yeah, oh man, what if New England takes Joey Porter Jr.?
They would love that. I think New England would salivate at that.
I agree.
Opportunity. All righty. So now we have the New York Jets on the clock. Now, I think the Jets were watching Broderick Jones tumble down. I think there's a reason Pittsburgh jumped the Jets, because the Jets they've been
they need
to have a tackle all over the place. And I'm not sure. I think they were just drooling over that. The next tackle is Anton Harrison, and this might be too high for Anton Harrison. And
it's definitely too high for Anton
pretty
Harrison.
high on him. So we'll see. I'm not sure who the Jets could go with. Maybe grab a tight end, Dalton Kincaid. Could work there.
That I could see. I could see Brian Bresee being the pick here as well.
I could see that. Yeah. How about this one? I'm not saying this is going to happen, but What if they went Will Levis and let him develop? For 2 years behind
I
Aaron
would.
Rodgers?
Oh, please. That's perfect. That is so perfect. Please let it be Will Levis. Please. I would love that. That would be the most Jets pick ever.
Yeah. Oh, their fan base would.
Oh, that would be perfect. Oh my God.
They'd riot.
Rodgers would just. Please let this perfect SHIT storm happen. Let it be Will Levis. Oh, that would be the most. That would make my night. It would be a perfect draft night. Perfect draft night.
Just because the Jets made a stupid move. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Like I said,
Aaron Rodgers would be absolutely livid.
Yeah. Yeah. Or if you want to talk about scary, they could go. Let's see. Nolan Smith is a good option for them. Can you imagine Christian Gonzalez in that Jets team across from Sauce Gardner?
That'd
be scary.
Yeah, but I mean, they don't need him though. Is the thing.
No, they have DJ Reed, but have DJ Reed play slot, and now you're basically locking everybody down.
They could also go safety here. I could see them taking Brian Branch.
Yep, he's versatile. He can do a lot too.
They could. I mean, look, I could see. We could see Jack Campbell go here. I would be a shocker, but their middle linebackers are getting old.
Yeah, I don't even think the Jets would do that. I mean,
the Jets would definitely do that.
I mean, they did take Zach Wilson third overall, so
I know. Look, I still want it to be Will Levis. I like if it's Will. Please let it be Will Levis. That would be lit. I mean, perfection.
There's a lot to go with them actually taking Will Levis. They don't have a first-round pick next year because Rodgers is going to stay so that he gets Green Bay an extra first-round pick. So they're probably already counting on not having a first-round pick next year. So take the quarterback, let him develop.
It makes sense.
And how do you think Rodgers is going to feel having another young guy right behind him?
Not only that, they've already got Zach Wilson. I mean, like, poor Rodgers. I don't feel sorry for Aaron Rodgers in any way, shape, or form. I'm just saying, like, having those two in the same locker room backing you up, I'd want to kill myself.
They have to get rid of Wilson. They have to.
Oh,
if they pick Levis.
No, don't do it. No, keep him. Keep all three. We'll be great.
Keep all three.
Please let it be Will Levis. Please let it be Will Levis.
Oh, could you imagine? Here you go. Here is the never going to happen, but I want it to happen so bad in my heart, is they draft Will Levis. They have Rodgers, Wilson, and Levis in training camp. And Rodgers is the third best quarterback.
Well, it'll probably seem that way anyway, because I really doubt even if he's there, he's not going to be taking snaps during training camp. He's just going to be there sitting in the back.
Yeah.
I'm Aaron Rodgers.
I don't think he's good enough to just walk in and play, unless they let him call his own plays, in which case, okay, he's got 5 players he used to play with. He can probably do that. But,
let him orchestrate the offense.
Yeah. I don't know.
Rodgers is on the phone saying, Rodgers like Jackson Smith and Jigba, Michael Mayer, give me another weapon.
Mm-hmm. Sorry if you can hear my chair squeaking. Even WD-40 was not able to help me out with this one. Might have to go pick up something stronger.
Well, there goes that endorsement. Way to go, Rob.
Well, maybe they can send me some WD-40 that works really well, and then I'll retract that statement.
There you go. Do a little reverse psychology on them.
Yeah. Let's talk Seahawks, sponsored by WD-40, because we're smooth. Because we're stuck.
These Hawks don't squeak. WD-40, because these Hawks don't squeak or squawk. Yeah, exactly.
There you go. Hey, why don't you tweet them out?
There you go.
Hey, we've got a proposition for you there, WD-40.
And just switch over to our Let's Talk Seahawks podcast account.
Ooh.
Oh, let it be Will Levis.
We got the announcement.
No. You're not excited enough for it to be Will Levis.
It's not. Oh my gosh. I'd probably shut my camera off because I wouldn't want to spoil it that bad. But the pick is in. We are waiting for the announcement, though PFF has it up already. So I'm not going to spoil it for anybody who is watching as a companion broadcast because I hate it when people do that to me. But yeah, very interesting. But a pick that I understand. We'll say it that way.
Oh, is this an offensive guard?
It is not. All right. Are they walking out to the podium yet? Unless I just looked at the wrong thing. We'll see. Let's see. And I'm thankful that I did a little extra work today. Not that this player was always going to go in the first or second round, but not where the list I had him.
Does this man share a name with a famous fast food chain?
He might. All right, we are taking our sweet time in Kansas City today. All right, the Jet selection. Here they go, out to the podium. Those of you watching along at home, I am watching the NFL Network broadcast. That's why. It's because it wasn't just the commissioner. We have a Jets fan, a young man out there.
Oh, okay.
Looks maybe 12, 13, 14 years old.
There you
go. Of course, looking at this, you may... My kids are less than one. So, well, no, yeah. She had a birthday. They're less than 2, and one is not born yet. So I'm not quite, accurate.
Maybe your judgment on
description
could be older, could be younger.
All right. Lots of talking. All right, here we go. The Jets pick 15 in the first round of the 2023 draft. Kyle Stickles from the Make-A-Wish Foundation. His wish to announce his team selection.
Oh, I thought you were telling me they draft Kyle. I thought you were telling me they draft Kyle Nichols out of the Make-A-Wish Foundation. I'm like, seems like a wasted pick, but
all right, and there you go. He's announcing the pick right now. And waiting for the graphic to update. Also, because I can't hear the broadcast. Will McDonald IV out of Iowa State. Going 15th overall to the New York Jets. Jets. That's right. And there you go. I wish you well, young man, from the Make-A-Wish Foundation who announced that pick. Hopefully, I didn't hear the story because I don't have the volume up, but hopefully you're going through what you're going through and you're able to come out on the positive end of all things. All right. So outside linebacker, edge type, because he's not kicking in at all. Will McDonald, the 4th out of Iowa State. Real high motor guy. Finesse type rusher. You're not going to see him bull rush too much. He's going to hit you with a good spin move. He's going to hit you with a swim. That's more his style. Electric as the looper on a stunt. On like a twist. Yeah, I like the player. I don't know if I like the placement. If you look at NBC Sports, ESPN, and PFF, they all have him mid to late 20s. Obviously, Draft Network may have been on a substance or two when they had their rankings for him. But
yeah.
And that's not a typo. That is legitimately where they have Will McDonald ranked, 156th. But I like it. I don't know why you go Will McDonald when Nolan Smith is still on the board. I see Will McDonald as a lesser Nolan Smith.
Yeah, I mean, Nolan Smith is a freak athlete. I mean, look great. All he has to do is survive 4 more picks, and he's a Seattle Seahawks. So,
hey, I'm crossing my fingers because I'd love that. And if he's gone, then trade back a couple picks and pick up Adebawore.
Yeah, no, yeah. I was trying to keep that under wraps, but yeah, that should be the pick for the Seahawks, and for their second pick in the first round, it should be Adebawore.
Yep.
Get that.
All right.
Get that Moses
and
bread.
Once again, PFF must have a direct line to, basically the API where this information is getting passed from the teams into the league, because they already have this pick. Basically, as soon as the pick was in, they had the information on it. So
nice.
Another surprise for me, but something we alluded to a little earlier. So I'll wait. I don't want to, and it is not Will Levis. I'll stop that talk now.
No, I knew it wasn't Will Levis, but because of what you just said. But
yeah, I don't want to spoil anything, but yeah. I think the Washington Commanders, they've had a sneaky good offseason. I think there's more they could do. I think they're still in a multiple year sort of process before that team comes back around. Number one, they need to get rid of that cancer they call an owner in Dan Snyder. We had a whole show about Dan Snyder.
Yeah, we did.
In September, I think. I'm not going to say a whole show, but I definitely spent a good 20 minutes saying my true feelings on that man. Like they say, wealth is wasted on the dumb. And well, he's definitely part of
that. Yeah, good riddance to bad rubbish. But
hey, go take your new $6 billion and go live on an island somewhere and never come back into society.
Please.
Or run into me and lose it all to me in a quick game of cards.
There you go.
I will go in on the Seahawks when they are being sold here in a couple years.
No. You need to go in on you need to help bring the Sonics back to Seattle with that money.
Okay. I will take part of that to bring the Sonics back, and the rest of it will be a partial owner of the Seahawks. No, I kid. So, but
so with the news that they didn't pick up Chase Young's 5th-year option, is this Nolan Smith?
Could be. Right? I mean, they do
I know you know who it is. I know you know who it is.
Rushers out there. I don't know if they would do that, because even though they didn't pick up Chase Young's 5th-year option, I mean, he's still going into his 4th year. They could still get a long-term deal worked out.
Oh yeah.
There's still plenty of time on that front. They still have Montez Sweat, and that's a lot. I see a lot of Montez Sweat and Nolan Smith, though I think Smith is a better cover guy. I think he's a better linebacker side of edge than Montez Sweat was coming out. Also, I think Sweat's bigger, but super athletic. Oof. Will Levis is in the green room. He is
good. Yo, please, yeah. Oh man, please.
He is experiencing that Rodgers level drop.
Love it.
In the green room.
Love it. Hey, look,
might bode well for him.
That's what he needs. This is perfect. He should drop out of the first round completely.
Well, this could be good for him, because he now could go to a good team. So if he goes to a good team, he can sit for a couple of years, iron out some of those wrinkles, maybe lose some of that arrogance, and come in and push a starter. I'm not saying the Seahawks need to get him. Seahawks, this is not me speaking that into existence. Please go with Nolan Smith, Adebawore, trade back Darnell Washington, trade back John Michael Schmitz. There's a lot of options here that are not the remaining quarterback in the green room.
Yeah, look, I think man, New Orleans still has a pick. That they're still looking for their long-term answer at quarterback. Yes, I know that they signed Derek Carr. Whether or not that's the long-term answer at quarterback, we'll see.
All right, and here you go, Emmanuel Forbes.
Oh, hey, there you go.
Corner out of Mississippi State, going to the Washington Commanders at pick number 16.
Well,
so this is what I alluded to. So perhaps I did not think he was going to be the second corner off the board. He's still a little too slight for me. He played at 185. Sorry, he played at 165. He showed up to college at 160. So that doesn't tell me that he can keep weight on or put weight on as he develops. I think there's a legitimate possibility that that's not the right player there, Adam.
Yep. It's all right. I thought I pushed enter and fixed it, but apparently I didn't save it. My apologies, technical difficulties. I'm going to go back and redo
Yes.
this.
I like Emmanuel Forbes, though. I mean, he is undersized. That's the knock on him. As far as play on the field, though, I mean, he's got good ball skills, had 6 interceptions last year. He'll get after it on special teams. He is balling, and I like that. I do like that. And we are going quickly.
All right, here we go.
We already have the Patriots pick at 17 is already in.
Oh goodness! All right. Well, let me get on this this here updating then.
So the Patriots could do anything, right? I mean,
literally.
They've been known to just go into left field, pull somebody someone had 3rd round grades on, and have that guy actually come out and play well and be a starter. That's what happened. Was that 1 or 2 years ago when they got, was that Cole Strange?
Yeah.
Out of University of Tennessee, Chattanooga, I believe. But yeah, he came in right away. It was a guard for him and played real well as a good fixture on that line. This pick is somebody I think they need in New England. They haven't had a player like this in a long time. And that is Christian Gonzalez.
I knew it. As soon as you said
Yep.
They haven't had a player like that in a long time. Here comes the run on cornerbacks.
All right. Christian Gonzalez. This is what I alluded to before. Do we have a run on corners here at the end of the teens? And look, Joey Porter Jr. could go in one of these next 2 spots because of this run. So the Seahawks might have their pick of the next best pass rusher on this board.
Look, Nolan Smith, if he's there at 20, great. Or trade back, get Adebawore.
Yeah, and the Lions are on the clock right now. Why don't you talk a little about Christian Gonzalez? I mean, I know he was your number.
I mean,
one
I was super high on this guy. Look, Christian Gonzalez obviously transferred to Oregon and just became a standout because they let him play his game. He's a press man corner that uses his length to keep himself between the quarterback and the receiver. Great ball skills. I think this man could end up being a turnover machine at the next level. Yeah, I mean, I just love watching him play. He runs like a gazelle, really long legs. And yeah, this is a guy who knows how to use his length to his advantage. He was so much fun watching at Oregon this last year. So yeah, I think that's a great pick for the Patriots.
Yeah. So Lions are on the clock. I'll go ahead and put the Lions on the clock here if I can find there it is. Let's see. They have need at tight end after they shipped TJ Hawkinson off to Minnesota. They have needs at wide receiver. I think those could be options. I think Dalton Kincaid and Michael Mayer both there.
I can see Nolan Smith, but they still need. Yeah. I think they still need a running mate for Hutchinson. I think you could see them take a pass rusher here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean,
Nolan Smith could be an option. See, I'm looking at this best available. I think Will Levis might go to Tampa Bay at 19, which would mean, that means regardless, the Seahawks are going to have a shot at Smith-Njigba, Nolan Smith, Adebawore, Miles Murphy, Deonte Banks. We're not going to go with corner, but it'd be crazy. I mean, there are some good players who are going to be available because we had a couple guys, I think that were reaches, in my opinion, that were reaches ahead of them.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I think we both agree that McDonald probably went a little higher than we would have taken him.
I would have been perfectly fine with him. I'm fine wherever he goes. Obviously, go get the guy you want. Don't listen to me. I mean, what the heck do I know? But personally, I thought he probably should have gone in that 25 through the middle of the second round, right? I liked him, but I liked other pass rushers better and pass rushers that were available. So I do have him ranked beneath Adebawore. I know that's not the consensus, though. So I don't have a problem with him going where he went. I thought Emmanuel Forbes went about
it's
5.
It's about versatility.
6 too early. Yeah.
Well, he's been shooting up draft boards though. I think like that doesn't surprise me that he went a little bit higher today than he was projected, because there's been buzz about him the last couple of days. I think tight end here is a good pick.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd probably actually. I don't know. Who do they have? Who's the tight end they have right now in Detroit?
Oh gosh, who knows? A no name. Let's take a look.
See. I know ESPN eats up my computer memory, so I close it every time I look at it. I wish I could just keep it open.
Number 1 on the Detroit Lions depth chart at tight end is Brock Wright, who I have no idea who that is, man.
All right. I love this pick. Now we just got to wait until it's said.
All right. So that means that it is absolutely a tight end, and his name is Michael Mayer. Robbie not giving me anything with that poker face.
Nothing. You're going to get nothing. Let's say I love this pick and I'm a little sad all at the same time.
Oh, is it Nolan Smith? Maybe it's Nolan Smith. Could be Nolan Smith.
You get nothing, not even a mustache twitch.
Dang. I'm looking. I'm watching
nothing.
for it. Nothing. You reveal us nothing.
I will give you nothing.
It was kind of a Dracula thing you got going
on.
I know. That was
I know. It was like
That's all good. Middle East European. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, if it's Adebawore, I'm going to be so mad. Is it Adebawore?
I would not be containing myself if it was Adebawore.
Okay, all right.
So, however, this is, I think, other than the Seahawks, this is the most perfect fit for this player with this coaching staff and the team and the location in the country.
Oh no.
Yeah. But, NFL Network had to go to a commercial. So, got to get that ad revenue in.
Oh, now I got it. Now I'm questioning. Oh, man. Now I'm.
Definitely not number 16, Christian Gonzalez, though.
Yeah. I tried to. I'm double clicking stuff here. My computer's slower than my fingers right now.
Yeah. I would just make a new one each time and delete them all at the end.
That's fair.
Although you're the one doing banners, so I defer to your discretion.
I was going to say, regretting that decision now, aren't you?
No, I'm a control freak, so that's just where that comes from. Fun times. All right, so these commercials are taking forever, and I'm impatient. I will give you another hint. This is a player from the Big Ten.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Imagine that the Detroit Lions went with a Big Ten player.
It's Mazi Smith.
Is that your guess?
That's my guess.
That's your guess. Okay. Well, then, as they announce it, I will put the graphic up on screen for you.
All right.
And that is as long as.
I mean, that would be a pretty dang good pick. Trying to think, other Big Ten players that are. I mean, they don't need a cornerback. Oh wait, is it Joey Porter Jr.?
It is not, though. I would have totally been fine with that because they'd been mocked Witherspoon, like every
Yeah.
mock. And then they signed, who'd they sign? What corner did they sign? Big name corner. Anyway, so they brought guys in. They shipped Okudah out. I mean, so they're kind of set up to take a corner. It is not Joey Porter Jr. though.
Big Ten player, man. Gotta go back and look. I gotta go back and look at my.
Here you go, and that player is Jack Campbell, linebacker out of Iowa.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Hey, you know what? That is a very Detroit Lions pick.
Yeah,
that's
Dan Campbell goes to
Dan Campbell
with Jack Campbell. Yep. Other way around, but you know what I'm trying to say. Listen, he's the Buckus Award winner. Very high on Jack Campbell. He was my number 1 rated linebacker. I think he is that old school in the box backer, but he showed at the combine that he has athleticism enough to play with smaller, quicker guys of today's NFL. Love this pick. He is like a 3-time captain, multiple team awards, meaning he was voted on by his teammates to win those awards. Jack Campbell is true class. So I applaud wholeheartedly the Detroit Lions for picking Jack Campbell and for dealing with the quote unquote fallout of picking a linebacker this early in the draft. If you see a need, you see a player, you go get him. Yeah, no, look, I think this is a perfect pick. I should have guessed it when you said this. When you said it was pretty much a perfect pick because this is a very much a Detroit Lions player. Yeah, wow, great pick. All right, so now we've got the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The Buccaneers are on the clock. I really love the ESPN little nugget that just popped up on my phone. Will Levis is still on the board. Just so you're aware, linebacker is one word. Yeah, thank you very much. I keep doing that with corner. I keep doing that with cornerback and quarterback too. Yeah. That's not just embarrassing at all. No, it's not embarrassing at all. I just say, I'll learn to spell one of these days. Wow. PFF initial reaction gave the Jack Campbell pick a below average. That just shows you how devalued the position is. That man is probably the best off-ball linebacker to come out in the draft in 4 or 5 years. So they can take that grade and, do what they want with it. Shove it. And wow. Now we're waiting on this Tampa Bay pick. Well, I was saying the ESPN graphic that just popped up was, is Will Levis the next Tom Brady? And I was like, no. Is he going to fall to the 6th round? Maybe. I don't know. Right? Sure. He could fall in the 6th round, but he's not winning 7 NFL championships. So not a chance. No. All right. Nolan Smith needs to survive one more pick, and he's a Seattle Seahawk. That is true. Well, yeah. That's who we'd like, right? I'd be great. I'd be fine with Nolan Smith. I'd be fine with Osiris Torrance. I'd be fine with there's a bunch of players I'd like. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's none of them are Will Levis, though. Well, yeah. I kind of now that you said that, I need Will Levis to go here because I don't want the Seahawks being tempted. It was the same thing with Anthony Richardson, right? We wanted him to go before the Seahawks because get off the board. Oh man, now you got me nervous. Now I'm worried. Please, Will Levis, don't be there at 20. I don't think I could take it. All right, and with the 19th pick in the draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Kalijah Cansey. Ooh, defensive line. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Real athletic guy, right? They might view him as their modern era Warren Sapp. Yeah. He is a 1-gap penetrator. He does a lot of things Sapp did. Sapp plays the run a little better though. Sapp is a little bigger too. So. Yeah, that is true. He is probably the quickest off the snap, right? he is going to be inside that offensive tackle before they have a chance to set. I like him. I like him a little bit farther out from the middle of the line. You put him at 3 is the closest I want him lining up. I'd want him either 3, 4-eye and a 3 down front, or a 5 tech. Let him use that athleticism and play a little bit of big defensive end. That's where I see him. That's where I see him fitting.
Yeah, I get. I mean, it's funny because they did have him line up on the inside a lot more at Pitt, but you could see he's definitely got the athleticism to play outside. I mean, he could play all along the defensive line depending on the scheme. So, yeah, I think this is a really good pick. I'm a little mad that it wasn't Will Levis, but.
So, do you think the Hawks try to trade out of this pick?
Yes, I do. I think that. I mean, look, because we didn't trade 5, I think we kind of almost have to trade this pick because I think I want to not only to get some stuff for next year, but I think getting more ammunition for day 2 is the goal here. Yes, is what I should say.
Yeah, I am right there with you. In fact, I would be fine trading out of the first round altogether with this pick, seeing if you can maybe turn that into a first round next year. Once again, it's a year where the quarterbacks are better. Having multiple picks allows you flexibility. Not saying they're going to move all the way up or down, but I think this is the last chance they have the opportunity to make a deal sort of like that.
Yeah.
But yes, congratulations to Kalijah Kancey for becoming a Tampa Bay Buccaneer, the favorite team of many of my family, a lot of whom live in the Tampa Bay area. I grew up a Bucs fan back in the day, cheering on Mike Allstott and those guys.
Allstott.
So, yep. My fanhood was split. I had my Tampa Bay Buccaneer rooting for, and I had my Seahawks that I rooted for, and then I just had to twiddle my thumbs when they played each other.
All right. I mean, look, this is this could be a big pick for the Seahawks because I think we've already gone a little bit outside the box by taking a cornerback in the first round, something they've never done in the Pete Carroll, John Schneider era. Could we see another instance of them kind of going a bit left field here? Still tight end on the board.
Maybe.
I don't think many pass rushers.
Yeah, I mean, I think they got to stick with the line. You can extend pass rushers into line, right? O-line, D-line.
Yeah.
Just because they didn't address it with the number 5 pick. Yeah. So you got to go with somebody big or trade. And that's really the option I hope they go towards is trade out of this spot. I'd be fine if they went down 5-6 picks, maybe traded with the Giants, and then picked up a center at 25, which is actually who I think the Giants would target for the Giants pick there at 25. But yeah, I would like Nolan Smith. I like Nolan Smith. I think Nolan Smith would be a great addition. I don't think he's the biggest need for us right now, and it's
no,
tough
definitely not,
because he's a great player. Oh yeah, Larry. No, right there with you. You got the same thinking that we've had. We've talked about Myles Murphy for quite a bit too. So.
Oh, speaking of which, Brian Mercy's still on the board.
Yeah, I think he's going to fall to the second round. I hate to say it because I think he's a good player, but I think he's.
Well, I don't hate to say it. That'd be great if we can pick him up in the second round, man.
Yeah, I'd be fine with that. And then go get, Jared Clark, day 3. Go get the big guy. Let Brissy play 3 tech, which is what his body type is more suited for.
Absolutely. Oh man, this is getting nerve-wracking.
I know. I'm just watching this clock tick down. I swear it's been forever, and it was only 20 seconds that went off the draft clock over here. What does your clock say they have left?
2 minutes, something seconds. Hold on one
Oh,
second.
see, I've got it at 133.
Oh, okay. Well, mine's a little slower then.
So, All right. I'm a little antsy. I'm a little nervous. I'm sweating over here. Who are they going to get? Who are we going to build this team around? Less than a minute on the clock. Could they go tight end? Could they go Kincaid and then look to trade Fant to save $6 million off the cap? I wouldn't like that. I'd rather them go Mayer or Washington if they were going to pick an early tight end.
Darnell Washington would be great, but I think at this point you got to hope he's falling today too.
Yeah, I wouldn't pick him here.
Larry just pointed out that there's still every single wide receiver on the board.
Yeah, Jackson Smith-Njigba. I mean, he is a slot. That's what they need. Tyler Lockett is not a slot, regardless of what people say. He has the body type, but he doesn't play like a slot. So having a true slot in there would be nice. And Smith-Njigba is a true slot. He might even be a slot only guy. I like him. I like Jordan Addison, Zay Flowers. I think they all could contribute. Zay Flowers drops kind of concerns me. He has I don't remember off the top of my head. I think it was 13% drop rate, which is not great.
Or was his 13? I think his was 11. Wasn't Quentin Johnson's was 13.
That might be it. All I know is it's higher than Bo Melton, and that was a negative on Bo Melton last year. That actually dropped him to the 7th round. So I don't know why this year we are being a little kinder to wide receivers with high drop rates. But let's see. Yeah, I'd be fine with Adebawore, Nolan Smith.
I think Adebawore, this is a little high for Adebawore, but again, if we don't see a way to trade down, then yeah, I think this has to be D-line.
Yeah, that's where I'm going with. If they weren't able to find a trade partner and they like him, I'd be fine with them taking him here. Yeah. Obviously, I'd rather them take him at 37, which I think is the pick, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the next. Yeah.
So it is what it is. Let's see the picks in. Who could it be?
Who could it be now? Sorry, we don't have the rights to that song. I can't sing that.
Fair.
Yeah, Larry says Flowers is a drop machine.
Yeah, I mean, he's electric in the field. There's a reason that people are high on him, but yeah, you can't have a receiver dropping 1 in 10 catchable balls.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like a winning formula.
I think they got really good value. I think there's a lot of guys that have high grades that are left on the board. So it's definitely Seahawks can get a good one. It's either announcing it right now.
So no trade back. Okay.
Yep, definitely they made the selection.
Well, I know it's not Miles Murphy.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. Larry spoiled that for me.
All right. Here it is, being read. The Seattle Seahawks select Jackson Smith-Njigba, wide receiver, Ohio State.
Man, we are going. This is such an atypical Seahawks draft. This is nuts. Cornerback first round, wide receiver first round. This is a different Seattle. Wow, This is a new era, guys. This is a new era in Seattle.
But I mean, best route runner in the draft. Elite short area quickness. He's not gonna burn you deep, but we have DK Metcalf for that. So I don't care that he ran in the high 4.5 or in that high 4.4, 4.5 range.
No,
that doesn't bother me.
not his game and not a concern.
No, his route running is so good that he can have a guy literally sewn to his jersey, and he will run such a good route that he's open when the ball gets there. It's insane how clean this guy runs routes. He is going to be a good outlet receiver. He's going to be the best friend of Geno Smith coming in. And with Smith-Njigba, Metcalf, Lockett as the top three, an up-and-comer right behind him.
Yeah,
with our seventh rounder that I can't think of his name right now. We should have a good receiving core there in Seattle next year. I like the Smith-Njigba pick. It's not what I would do because I think they needed to go in the trenches, but I don't fault it. But I really like the fact that he's there.
I mean, we've got so many guys that are still there. I mean, I know there's still 11 more picks in this first round, and those guys could get eaten up real quick. But there are some pass rushers available on the board, and they're going to be there tomorrow. At least some of them are.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And it's crazy. Some of these guys who are going to fall. And yeah, so let's pick up a pass rusher in round 2 and pick up that interior offensive lineman in round 2. That would make me happy. We do need to address the trenches at some point, and preferably before the end of day 2. I don't think, Larry, I don't think we're planning on letting Lockett go. I think Lockett is an outside receiver. I think at this stage in his career, he's not in there taking hits. In fact, people tried to knock him for that last year, not willing to get in there and take a hit. And I mean, I think he had the best comeback when he's like, yeah, I want to read to my kids when my career's over. Like,
yeah,
I'm not going to take unnecessary hits. If I see a hit coming, I'll get down. 1 yard is not worth it.
It didn't affect his game. It's not like it's not like he's anticipating the hit and dropping the ball. He's securing his pick. He's securing the ball and getting down. Great. Good for him. I mean, I think that's where we're going to see these receivers go as the league kind of, again, progresses towards more and more player safety. Mm-hmm. I don't think we're going to see a lot of guys taking really big hits.
Yeah, and I finally remembered his name. So I think an outside receiver of the future will be Derek Young. When Lockett does his playtime lessens due to age, I think Derek Young will be able to step in there and play that other outside X receiver. So I actually like our receiving core. I didn't think we came into this draft needing a receiver. I thought, pick one up 3rd round or later. But when you have someone with the value of Jackson Smith-Njigba available at number 20, you get him. I mean, this is a value pick 100%.
Yeah, look, I'm sure that the Seahawks are just taking the highest rated guy on their board with every pick here, and I got to tell you, I mean, yeah, surprising. These are not the picks I would make. Definitely not the positions I thought that they would or should or could target at this point in the draft. But these are great picks. These were both fantastic picks by the Seahawks.
Yeah, 100%. Ooh, so we got the Chargers on the clock due to forfeited pick by the Dolphins because, don't do bad stuff. You won't get penalized. I believe this was the Brady tampering, right?
Is that what this one was? Brady tamp. Yep.
All right, the pick is in. Let's see how long it takes them to announce it.
Yep.
All right. This is such a Chargers pick. It's not even funny.
Oh God. I'm worried. So wait, is this Addison?
I guess you'll have to wait and find out, huh?
It's Jordan Addison.
I actually was really high on Jordan Addison. So I liked him better when he was at Pitt. Obviously, he won the Blitnikoff Trophy there. But, yeah, I think Addison will have a good career, regardless of where he ends up.
I mean, if they want to, if they think that Keenan Allen's slowing down, this is a pretty good fallback, or Addison would be a pretty good fallback. Crisp route running, good hands, move the sticks kind of guy. Although I still don't, even though they've had some moments with Williams, the guy can't stay healthy. I still think they need a true X, but that's just me.
Yeah, I can see that. Definitely. And here you go. The pick is being announced here on my draft network. My NFL network stream, which is still live. So we're good. Let's see. And with the 21st pick in the NFL draft, the Los Angeles Chargers, even though every time I see Chargers, I want to say San Diego, select
where they belong.
Quentin Johnston, wide receiver out of TCU.
I said it. I said they need a true X, and I guess they just got it.
Well, they got an X. He plays like a 5'10" X, even though he's 6'3". Well, I would like to point out that Cedric Tillman is bigger than Quentin Johnston, so you can't say he's just a big guy. Athletic. If they can teach him to extend his arms, then he could be a great receiver. But right now, he body catches too much. That's led to some drops. Catch and run type of guy. Get him in space, get him on the move. He was schemed open more than he drew himself open.
Yeah, created space.
Thank you. They schemed him space. He ran out of the ball out of stacked twin sets where he was off the line of scrimmage. He does not play well against press, and that's probably every team is going to press him to start until he can show them that he can beat it.
Yeah, very similar to Jalen Hylett in that respect. Like, if you can scheme this guy open, which they have the ability to do. If you want to do stacked wide receiver sets, if you've got both Keenan Allen and Big Mike Williams on the line and have him, 2 yards back, you're going to find ways to get him the ball.
Yeah. And hey, that was a need, right? They needed to give Herbert some weapons. He's definitely a weapon. I'm not as high on him. Obviously, you can tell that, but yeah, he's a weapon for sure. Let's see if he works out. Is he going to be Kadarius Toney, or is he going to be, I don't know, Chase Young, right? Not Chase Young. Yeah. Let's see. All right. Talking for 3 hours kind of gets you right there in the throat.
I'm definitely feeling. Also, I got, when you eat popcorn, this was obviously a bad decision for me, but I'm the king of bad decisions this year. I've got one of those little kernels stuck just underneath my tongue back here.
Nice.
Can't get it out. Let's sit there annoying the heck out of me.
Just digs in a little farther.
Yep.
Yeah, I love it.
I'm sitting here trying to discreetly move it around in my mouth without getting my finger in there and just go, where are you?
All right, so we got 4 minutes on the clock. Are you surprised that
the Seahawks didn't trade back?
Or Quentin Johnston, I keep on saying Jefferson. Quentin Johnston fell to the 21st pick, being as he had consistently been mocked higher than that.
No, this is where he should have gone. This guy was not an early first-round draft pick. I honestly think he's a day 2 pick. Not a hands catcher. He does great with the ball in his hands. He's a fantastic yak receiver. He's never a true number one. Jackson Smith and Jigba creates his own space, gets open, and can do wonders with the ball in his hands, whether he's, taking a sweep out of the backfield or doing a crosser or even doing, like an out route. Whereas with Johnston, he's got to be open because the way he catches the ball, if there's a defensive back anywhere near him, that ball's coming out. I think this is actually kind of early for him, but I do think that this is a great spot. I think LA, Mike Williams obviously unable to stay healthy. Keenan Allen kind of winding down. They need someone that they're going to be able to groom to be that number one receiver. And again, Johnson's got all the physical tools. He just has to learn how to catch the ball.
Yeah. Well, and like I said, when we went over our wide receiver rankings, I was talking about the fact that he's not good at the catch point, that he's 6'3". They build him as 6'4", but he's 6'3". But he doesn't play like he's 6'3". He body catches too much. So he doesn't rely on his hands. And so I equated that to a carpenter who doesn't know how to use a tape measure, right? It's an essential trade. It's an essential skill of the trade. And I don't understand why he went where he went. Pick number 21 is about 20, 30 picks too soon for him because he's not that polished of a receiver. And I think it's going to bite the Chargers in the butt, which kind of stinks because I like them in the AFC. So hopefully they use him in a way where he can be effective, or a wide receivers coach smacks him around a bit and teaches him that he has hands and he needs to start using them.
Well, they've got three guys now that can all be number one receivers in the NFL. They all have, the skill sets to be a dominant guy in this league. I just don't know if all of them are going to be able to be on the field at the same time.
That's fair. Yeah, Larry, 100%. In fact, here, I'll throw this up there. Yeah, he can't get off contact. He had 60 snaps against press coverage his entire college career. Like he can't do it. So they always had him lined up off the line of scrimmage. So I am right there with you 100%. I coached wide receivers, coached defensive backs, and even my worst defensive backs, somebody who has the flaws that he has, I'm not saying him, people who has those flaws, you can really take advantage of those weaknesses.
Yeah, Larry, I think you're right. I think Zay Flowers could be the pick here. I think that Addison would be a better pick. I could also see them taking Jalen Hyatt because they don't really have that big-bodied outside receiver anymore now that Brown's in Arizona. And also, Hyatt, if they want a speed guy, they've already got plenty of people to take care of the middle of the field. They need a guy that's going to stretch the defense. So, I think it has to be wide receiver here. After re-signing Lamar Jackson, they got to go give him an offensive weapon. So I think it's going to be one of those three guys. I think you're going to see Jalen Hyatt, Jordan Addison, or Zay Flowers here with this pick. But yeah, good call on Flowers because I think that's the more that seems like the pick that they would make. Flowers has all the heat behind him. He should be the next wide receiver off the board. But if it was me, I'm not taking Zay Flowers. I'm taking either Jalen Hyatt or Jordan Addison.
Yeah. You're higher in Hyatt than I am. Of those three, I would take Addison. But yeah.
Well, Hyatt,
I see the value in all three.
Yeah, well, I mean, at this point, it's really just about getting him that guy that's going to stretch the field because he's got plenty of weapons in the middle. I mean, Andrews is there. They drafted another tight end last year whose name I can't remember, and he came in and did really well in Andrews' absence. They've got guys. Well, actually, now that I think about it, I guess the guy that they do have is a field stretcher. So yeah, honestly, I think Jordan Addison's the best pick they could make right here at a wide receiver, but I could see them taking Zay Flowers or Jalen Hyatt. But it should be Jordan Addison.
And they're right here. They're making the announcement. Roger Goodell running up to the podium, sauntering as only $50 million a year salary men can saunter, to announce that with the 22nd pick in the 23rd or the 2023 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select one Zay Flowers out of Boston College.
Go. Way to go, yep. Larry. You need to come on the show tomorrow, Larry. We're gonna need
we got a seat. We got a seat for you. Yeah. I will make sure you have that coveted middle of the screen spot. You can give us your take on all these picks. So Zay Flowers, like I said, a little too dropsy for me, at least here. I love him in open space, though. Probably one of the most athletic, elusive receivers that we have in this class. I thought he was a little underrated. You can see there, Draft Network, NBC Sports, and PFF have him at 33. That is where I think he probably should have gone, but I don't have a problem with him here at 22. As you can see, ESPN nailed it with their big board. But yeah,
Yeah,
definitely,
yeah.
definitely a new toy for Lamar Jackson to throw passes to.
Yeah, it does seem. I can't remember I'm terrible with freaking names. But if you look at the Ravens depth chart, I can't remember the name of the guy, but this is a really similar player that they already have on their roster. So they've got a bunch of little guys that can really stretch the field that are speedsters. Yeah, they're still missing that true X. I mean, again, this is a pretty deep receiver draft. They can always find that guy later, but yeah, I think they kind of missed an opportunity. They still don't have a guy that's a really good hands catcher that can be that third down go-to guy. I know that Andrews is ostensibly that guy at tight end, but it'd be nice to have a slot receiver. And not that Flowers can't do that, but I think that Addison would have been a much cleaner pick here.
Yeah, the problem with Addison is he's a little undersized to be a true X. This is a very slot-heavy wide receiver class. And in that regard, they may have just gone with best player available on their board at the position. I like him in the slot. He needs to clean up those hands, obviously, but he does give you return ability in special teams. He can be a gadget guy out of the backfield as far as jet sweeps, screens, things like that, ways to get Zay Flowers the ball. That will open up the threat of him being screened. Screens for him out of, say, an offset stacked formation off to one side. That will open up Lamar Jackson to have a lane to throw if they commit players to take that screen away. So it just adds another wrinkle into that Baltimore offense.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I think they have a new offensive coordinator this season, so it'll be interesting to see which may be the impetus behind the pick here, but it'll be interesting to see what that offense looks like next year, because they definitely fell well short of expectations this last season.
Well, and that happens. Even good teams can have a down year, and I think that's kind of what happened. I don't see them falling off completely. Thank you with Duvernay. Yeah, he's their wideout.
Devon Duvernay. Thank you, Larry. Appreciate you. Like very small, shifty, stretch the field guy. That again, very similar to you in college. So it's kind of interesting in kind of like doubling down on that style receiver. You think Jordan Addison's here? I feel like it's got to be Jordan Addison here.
I could see Jordan Addison here.
I mean, they need a running mate, obviously.
They do need defense probably more than they need a wide receiver. Wide receiver is a need, but they could go corner here would be fine. I could see them going with Brian Brzee here because they do need a little more size up front. I have a friend who's a big Vikings fan. I'll see if I can get him on to talk about the Vikings here. Not right now, but maybe one of these other
today.
days.
Call him up right now. Come on, let's
just get him on the phone right now.
Get him up. Call him.
But yeah, let's see. Let's look at this.
The reason I say Addison is because we've seen such a run on receiver. I mean, that's 3 receivers in a row right now. That's
yeah, but that was a receiver need kind of area of the draft. We knew Baltimore needed weapons. We knew the Chargers needed weapons. If Bijan was still on the board, the Chargers would have taken him at 21.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But they needed offensive weapons.
Larry just threw out Joey Porter Jr. I agree.
That'd be a great fit.
Huge area need. That'd be pretty much perfect at this point for them.
100%.
Yeah, they definitely need a cornerback. Good call, Larry. Who's the other cornerback that I'm spacing on right now?
Corner? Deonte Banks.
Thank you.
Yep.
I think that's another sneaky good pick for him. I do think Porter's
I think Porter's a better fit.
But...
Yeah, I think Porter's a better fit. But yeah, I like Deonte Banks. I thought he could have been a shot for Baltimore too. Kind of go for that hometown guy. But yeah, we got a minute and a half. I wonder if the Vikings are trying to find a trade partner.
You think they're on the phone with Pittsburgh right now?
That'd be amazing. Once again, great story. I'd love to see it happen.
Yeah, I'm still so upset that wasn't the pick because.
Yeah, I mean they'd only be moving back 8 spots, 9 spots. Because doesn't Pittsburgh have like an early pick? Yeah, the first pick in the second round.
Yeah.
If
Pittsburgh isn't on the phone with them right now, then they really should.
So if Nolan Smith is still there when Dallas picks, Dallas is picking Nolan Smith.
Yeah.
I'm going to call that right now, and we'll see if I'm right.
Well, I mean, I could also see them if Jordan Addison's there at 26, I could see them taking Jordan Addison too.
Yeah. Oof. Hold on, I'm juggling like four or five windows here, trying to keep things going. Let's see. Let's look at best available. Obviously, Levis is having that fall, but no tight ends have gone, and that's really surprising for such a tight end heavy.
I think that just means we're going to see them go off the board in bunches tomorrow. So,
yep. Yeah, I agree. I think the depth of the class is hurting the guys at the top because teams have been like, oh, well, we'll address other needs. We can get a tight end later.
Yeah. Which good. I mean, tight end's one of those positions, like even because it's so sporadically used in systems today. I mean, there's, this is not the 2010 Patriots where it's, it's nothing but, Gronk and Hernandez. So, yeah, I mean, other than Kansas City, there's really not a team whose number one receiver is a tight end. So, yeah, teams shouldn't be taking him on day one. It doesn't make a lot of sense because they're not utilized that way.
Yeah, agreed. Alrighty. Well, the pick is in. I have the pick loaded up.
Well, no trade with Pittsburgh, so.
Nope. But spoiler alert, Pittsburgh can still call the next guy if they want.
So it's not Joey Porter Jr. All right, good to know.
Not Joey Porter Jr.
All right, so that means it's a wide receiver.
Like I said, they need help on all 3 defensive levels. So.
Oh, is it a defensive lineman? Uh-oh.
All right, here comes Roger Goodell. And with the 23rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Jordan Addison, wide receiver, USC.
I knew it!
I had to try to throw you off a little bit, but no, good call on Addison. They did need weapons.
I mean,
wide receiver was their number one.
This is such a
need.
This is such a great fit, I think, for what they want to do on offense. I mean, as much as I think they loved having Adam Thielen there, what he does really good is what Justin Jefferson also does even better. So you don't need that guy that's going to be the big bodied red zone guy. What you need is someone that's going to open up those underneath routes or take care of those underneath routes to give Jefferson one-on-ones on the outside, and Jordan Addison is going to draw some coverage from the safeties. So I think this is a great pick.
Yeah. So, I agree. I think it gives another legitimate weapon, another really good route runner. In fact, I said it about Jackson Smith-Njigba, and I actually really mean Jordan Addison is the best route runner. Smith-Njigba runs the best slot routes. But if you want somebody who can run deep corners, flag routes, somebody who's going to get you on double move, in the route concept, then Addison is the guy for that. Smith and Jigba is going to get you in just shake and speed of his cuts. So, but yeah, Addison can play X. I don't like him out there as that's where you're going to put him. I think he goes to a good place, good spot with Jefferson already being there.
Yeah.
But yeah,
great compliment.
I would like him to be a little heavier. I think I'm a little scared at 170 about the punishment he'll take in a long NFL season. But big Jordan Addison fan. Congratulations to the Minnesota Vikings for picking Addison up.
Larry seems to think that this is where we're going to see a tight end. I think that's not a bad call, Larry, but they did just franchise Evans or Evan Ingram. So,
well, actually, we have a trade to announce. That just happened.
Ooh, okay.
So, here we go. A trade alert. The New York Giants are on the clock at 24 and 25. Okay. Nope.
Wow.
Nope. Compensation came in.
Okay.
Jags went to 25. Let's see. Here's the compensation. Giants are on the clock. New York requires the 24th pick from Jacksonville for the 25th pick, a 5th and 7th round pick.
So now, yeah, if you want, now I could definitely see a tight end going, Larry. Yeah, right call, wrong team. They definitely need tight end help there in New York. I think you're right. I think this is a great spot for a tight end. I'd love to see Mayer, although I do think Dalton Kincaid makes more sense for the Giants offense.
I would say Kincaid, just because they need more like wide receiver type help. And
right.
So Kincaid is basically a big wide receiver. So I would go Kincaid if that's what they were looking for. They could also go center. None of the interior guys have been selected yet, but it would not surprise me if they took John Michael Schmitz here. But I don't think they would have needed to move up in order to get him. So I'm going to go Kincaid. I'm going to agree with you on that, Kincaid. Oh, we're both wrong.
Is it? Oh my gosh. Wait, well, it's not Mayer. So did they take a wide receiver? Is it Jalen Hyatt? What a terrible pick. Is it Jalen Hyatt?
It is
That's
not.
A terrible. Okay, good, because that would have been a terrible pick. Well, if they didn't take, so if they didn't take O-line and they didn't take a receiver.
No, sorry, I jumped the gun. I jumped the gun telling you that. So I'm not going to spoil it. Not going to spoil it for anybody. But it's not a bad pick. I like the pick, and I think it was worth coming up to get.
Okay, so it's definitely not Mayer. So it's definitely not Jalen Hyatt. So then it's got to be Michael. It's got to be Mayer then. Although again, I don't see why you would have to go up to get him. So man, this is you got me, man. I'm not really sure what this could be. Although safety maybe. I mean, they could take Brian Branch. They did just get rid of Love.
That is true. I mean, that's definitely, he's a versatile guy. He can play slot. They've said he could probably play outside. I think his coverage abilities say that, but his 4.59 40 do not say that. But he can cover guys in the slot. Great safety. He could play both a deep zone, kind of traditional free safety. He could also play strong safety, come down into the box and be physical against the run. So versatile defensive back, we'll say. He's more a DB than he is a safety,
a true
corner at this point.
Yeah. But again, I mean, that's kind of where the league is going. I mean, you having that rotate or that ability to kind of move guys around like chess pieces. And that was the idea of bringing Jamal Adams into Seattle. Hasn't worked out that way, but that was the idea.
Yeah, true. All right. Now we're just waiting for NFL Network to get their ad revenue money in.
Good.
Because, $1 billion+ for NFL Sunday Ticket wasn't enough. We need to get some money from NerdWallet.
Man, to think that Pittsburgh could literally stay at 32 and still get Joey Porter Jr. I mean, that's. Oof.
Oh yeah, I mean he is falling.
Did not see that coming.
I mean, there's still. Let's see. Jaguars could go corner. Bills could go corner.
Jaguars should go corner.
Bengals probably
although
could
I
go
think
corner.
I think if Jaguars went corner though, then I think that Banks makes more sense in that scheme.
Fair. I don't even know who was all left as corners. Let's see. Oh yeah, don't forget, DJ Turner's been mocked in the first round before. Tyreek Stevenson has got good buzz from like press coverage teams, and there's still Cam Smith, who I know you're pretty high on out of South Carolina. So those are kind of those guys who we see as day two, but they've all been mocked at some point in the first round. So there are those teams, for those teams looking for corners, there's actually quite a few options that are available that wouldn't be too big of reach there at the end of the first round. Plus you get the added benefit of having a fifth-year option. All right. We actually have another trade. So New York's pick is in. They're about to announce it. I'm going to play my little graphic because it's fun. So breaking trade alert, right? The Buffalo Bills have moved up to 25 to be on the clock next after this pick is delivered.
Jacksonville just dropping. Buffalo Bills. I mean,
they're getting value.
Yeah, I mean, I would if Jack Campbell was still on the board, I'd say it's Jack Campbell, but I think we could see Trenton Simpson here.
Maybe.
With
the 24th pick, the New York Giants select Deonte Banks out of Maryland.
Ooh, okay.
Fill in that corner.
Well, then Jacksonville needs to, or you better hope Pittsburgh gets on the phone with Jacksonville because they're taking Joey Porter Jr.
Possibly. I mean, they just moved down 2 spots. They went from 25 to 27 in this trade with the Buffalo Bills. So we should get compensation here shortly. I'll read that when we get it. But yeah, I like Deonte Banks. Physical guy. Better in man than he is in zone, but definitely a real high upside player. High effort guy. I really like what I see on the field from him. And he really tested off the charts. I mean, he blew up the combine. He almost broad jumped 12 feet. I think it was something like 11.8 or 11.10. I mean, this guy blew it up. Where did you have him ranked? I don't remember.
He was my 4th quarterback.
Okay. That's not bad. Oh, here's the compensation. So, Bills are on the clock. The Jaguars dealt the 25th pick to Buffalo for the 27th and a 4th round pick, number 130.
Okay.
All right. So now Buffalo is on the clock. Let me do that in the wrong order. There we go. And we'll get the Buffalo Bills on the screen. Now they came up to get somebody. They jumped the Cowboys for a reason.
Okay, well, so is this Nolan Smith then?
This could be Nolan Smith. PFF has their needs at defensive interior, linebacker, and corner. Nolan Smith is more a linebacker than he is a pure pass rusher. Yeah. So that would be a great selection by them. Let's see. Let's look at best available. They say defensive interior, linebacker, and corner is what they had. I mean, you've got a quarterback, the quality of, oh my gosh, I just forgot his name. Buffalo.
Cornerback?
Guy, Wyoming. What's his name? Oh my gosh.
Oh,
I'm going to kick myself. Anyway, you need offensive weapons too. So there's a chance they could reload on that side of the ball, but I think they're going defense here. All right, but the pick is in. So they did take somebody.
Could this be? This could be Joey Porter Jr.
Could be. Yeah, they definitely have needs on that defense.
I agree. I think Nolan Smith is probably the best pick here for him.
Alrighty, and I've got to step away for a moment, take a quick little break. I know the pick, so I'm just going to go ahead and announce it. Put the graphic up for you. With the pick, the Buffalo Bills select Dalton Kincaid, tight end out of Utah.
Okay.
So why don't you go ahead and talk about Dalton Kincaid a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, you already said it. This man is absolutely the best receiving tight end in this class. I think he's got the frame to add a little bit of weight. He can definitely quit himself in the running game as a blocker, but I mean, this is really that split out tight end. Just try to give Josh Allen some more weapons. I think a tight end was a good idea. He definitely has utilized them in the past when they've been available to him. So I think this is a great pick for them. A little surprising because I do think defense was a bigger need for him, but why not? Yeah, we finally saw a tight end come off the board, which now that I think about it, Dallas being on the board, we could see a second tight end. I mean, Dallas has a need. They've let their guys go in free agency, so I could see Michael Mayer going here. I mean, obviously, I think Nolan Smith, you or Robbie called Nolan Smith at this spot if he's still there, and he is. All right, the boys are on the clock. Yeah, no, agreed, Larry. Yeah, I mean, this is, like I said, this is the best receiving tight end in the class. So, I mean, he's truly a joker tight end, a move tight end. He's going to get out, live in the seam. And yeah, with Allen's arm, absolutely. Well, I don't see them. So, Larry, you just posted about the Cowboys possibly looking at Porter here. I don't see them taking a cornerback. They did just obviously make that trade for why am I forgetting the former defensive player of the year with the New England Patriots? Anyway, a quarterback that was last year played for Indianapolis. I don't know why I'm spacing on his name. I'm sure you're going to figure it out for me, Larry. I'm so bad at names. This is ridiculous. But yeah, I don't see them taking a quarterback. I mean, it's possible, but after that trade, I don't see that as a necessary move. I think that Robbie's right. I think that Nolan Smith is probably the obvious choice here. But again, I think that we could see them take a tight end because that is a position of need. I could also see them, reach on a receiver. As much as they like their receiving core, I think they need another guy in there to take a little heat off Dak Prescott. So I could see them going receiver here. Jalen Hyatt could still sneak into the first round. There's a couple other guys that I think could come up. But I don't see Joey Porter Jr., but I could see Nolan Smith. Thoughts there, Roberto? Oh, your mic's still off. But yeah, so Larry kind of posited that we could possibly see Joey Porter Jr. here, but I think after trading for, and again, remind me of his name because I can't remember it, former Defensive Player of the Year, New England Patriot, and most recently Indianapolis Colts cornerback.
Is that Gilmore?
Yes, thank you, Stephon Gilmore. That
Yep.
is the man. I'm sure Larry actually probably just did that just now, Stephon Gilmore. And the answer is, oh, yep, there you go. Yeah, exactly. He is old, but he's still. I mean, again, for what they traded, and I think the idea is to have him on the opposite side from the cornerback who had 11 interceptions this rookie season, whose brother Diggs. Sorry. Yeah, again, yeah, I think that they could go Joey Porter Jr. here. I think tight end and defensive and pass rusher are still the top two needs though for Dallas. So my guess is either Nolan Smith or Michael Mayer here.
Yeah, I could see that. I would actually hate to see Mayer in a Cowboy uniform just because I like Michael Mayer and I don't like the Cowboys. So, but I think it's a good fit.
Yes, scheme wise,
yeah,
I think it's. I mean,
it's a good fit.
You know,
I would go defense if I were them, though.
Yeah, Micah Parsons needs a running mate.
Yeah, I could see them going Brian Branch too. He's a very versatile player. Kind of, they can use him as a third down like coverage linebacker. They can use him in the slot. They can use him at safety. We talked about him earlier, but I'm a big fan of his versatility. That's the number one trait he brings is the ability to just play football.
Yeah, I agree. That's a great pick. I just don't think that Jerry Jones has that kind of vision. So I'm still going to go with defensive pass rusher and Nolan Smith. It'll get used completely wrong because they've already got Micah Parsons there and they're basically the same player. And or Mayer.
That's fair.
Although I forgot. Wait a minute. I just realized who their defensive coordinator is. So no, they'll find a way to use Mayer. They'll find a way to use Nolan Smith correctly.
Am I not on Wi-Fi? Holy crap! I've been streaming the draft on my phone on data.
No, it just means you won't be able to watch anything tonight.
Yeah, I got a message from Verizon and they're like, "Oh, you have 10% data remaining on your contract."
Yep.
It's like, holy crap. I was wondering why I was getting good signal in here. Whoops.
Oh, Cowboys are just taking their sweet time with this pick, huh? Jeez.
Yep, they got 1:30 left on the clock.
Oops, speaking of, well, I'm not speaking of anything. I can just hear my dog outside whining to come in.
All right. Yeah, the Cowboys are interesting. I don't really know what they do anymore. I think it's... I don't know. I'm torn. I think there's a lot of players with value on the board, and if they just go value, then they can't go wrong. I mean, I've talked about Branch. I think Miles Murphy could be good in a Cowboys uniform in that system that they run. Nolan Smith, Mayer, yeah. I like a few of these players that are falling. I think the Cowboys really could snag a good player if they play their cards right. Let's see. Yeah, a Branch sort of says Cowboy to me, just the way that he plays. Let's see if I'm right. All right, welcome back. The pick is in.
And the pick is?
We don't know yet, but the pick is in.
Oh, okay. All right, good.
Well, I know because PFF is about 2 minutes, 3 minutes ahead of NFL Network.
Those guys are good, man.
Yeah, Larry, I think they probably explored a trade because they took their full allotted amount of time. All right.
Man, if Nolan Smith drops to the second round, oh my gosh. Well, I don't know. So, what's the list of names of guys that were invited to the draft? I mean, obviously, Will Levis is still in the green room. Who else is still in there? Who else is the camera still going to pan to?
I don't know. He might be the only one left in the green room at this point. They only invited 17 players, and I think that was over the first 2 days. So
what was the name of the guy that the Cleveland Browns took? At like 26. He had a slide just like.
Here's the pick, though. The Dallas Cowboys take one Mozzie Smith out of Michigan.
No, you.
Yep. No, I knew that was going to be your reaction. I know.
Why?
I hate to see it. To make us feel better, I might point out a few of the flaws in Mozzie Smith's game, just so that we can, feel a little better about ourselves.
Feel better about him. Yeah.
But so Mozzie Smith is billed as a nose tackle, and he's got the nose tackle body. He's got strength, plays with really good punch. He can knock offensive tackles off balance just with his initial contact. The problem with Mozzie Smith is he struggles to fight off double teams, and that's what you need in a nose tackle. So he is more successful as a one-gap penetrator, but now he's an oversized one-gap penetrator. So he's caught in this no man's land. The good thing for the player is that using technique to fight off double teams is something that can easily be coached up. So he's going to get in with some NFL coaching. They're going to fix those little problems that he has in run defense, and he'll be fine. But yeah,
I mean, yeah,
he wasn't the nose that Seattle needed. Is what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, no, that's totally fair. I mean, look, I think that Siaki Ika or Keanu Benton would be a better fit, in my opinion.
Yeah, but Benton's not a nose.
No, but I mean, well, Ika is, but yeah, no,
Ika
but
is.
I think, yeah, but I think with what we've got along that defensive line now, I think Benton could come in and be a good complement. I think in that case, you've got Reed playing nose tackle, which I know isn't where we want him, but if those are your three guys, then Reed's your nose tackle. So, but yeah, I mean, I would have liked to see Mozzie Smith in a Seattle uniform, but I'm also okay with it.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I actually was really hoping they would be able to get Mozzie Smith. Obviously,
yeah, it looks like
it's not going to happen. But
well, it looks like Larry was on board with that too. He thought Mozzie Smith should have been a Seattle Seahawk, but he's right. I think Mozzie's. It's not going to be about penetration for Mozzie. It's going to be about allocating one or two offensive line guys to double team him. That way, that opens Micah Parsons up to.
Yeah. No, I agree. Like I was saying, though, the problem is that he struggles to stack and shed. So
right.
If they've done good scouting on him and he doesn't show improvement over training camp, preseason, kind of the first bit of the season, then you can leave one offensive lineman against him. Maybe just give him a little jam with a guy and then have him come off. So he kind of like a zone scheme where you would have those guys float in between. Could be successful against him, which would negate that strategy, though I do like that. I think that's what the Cowboys are thinking by taking a big, strong nose type body. Is this guy will eat double teams?
Yeah, well, I mean, look, they've got a pretty decent defensive coordinator there in Dallas this year, so I'm sure he'll find a way to scheme him up.
Yeah, No, I have full faith they'll use him to his best ability, which is rough because I like him as a player.
Yeah.
But once again, I never thought Nolan Smith was going to make it this far without being
Dude,
picked.
Nolan Smith, Joey Porter Jr., Will
Brian
Levis.
Branch.
I mean, those are Brian. There is so much talent still on this board. You know, it's funny. We talked about how this isn't that top heavy of a draft, but you look at all the guys that are still available, and there's some players they're still available. So, day 2 is going to get nuts.
Yeah, I mean the Seahawks are in a really good spot to nab a good talent there at the top of the second round, but they're also in a good spot to trade that first.
Yeah, I mean, I might prefer that they move back and pick up an extra third. That would be, I mean, that's probably not going to happen. They'll pick up an extra fourth, but even then,
depends on how bad that team wants that player.
There you go. This is true. Yeah, no, I think you're right, Larry. I think that Joey Porter Jr. would be a pretty perfect pick right here. I could also see them going with a different cornerback. So, or again, taking Brian Branch. But we've got a huge list of.
Oh, you froze. You still there?
Better for what Jacksonville does. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
Did you lose me for a minute?
I did.
But I was just saying that Larry's right. I think there's that Joey Porter Jr. would be a good fit. I honestly think Kylie Ringo is probably a better fit for what Jacksonville does. And there's a couple other cornerbacks that would probably be a better scheme fit, but I don't know if there's another cornerback that has the talent level of Joey Porter Jr. So,
yeah, that's that, overall talent versus elite traits, right? Ringo is long. He's that rangy type of guy that people like. But you got to think Joey Porter Jr. has, I believe, 34-inch arms, 33 or 34-inch arms. So he's got that length as well.
Yeah.
I'm not as high on Ringo. We talked about this with our DBs. I think Ringo is an NFL safety, even though he excelled as a corner in college. So I don't think Ringo will go before Brian Branch comes off the board, is I guess what I'm trying to say with that. All right. We got the Jaguar selection is in. And with the 27th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Anton Harrison, tackle, Oklahoma.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Now, I was higher on him than you were. He was probably my number 4, I think, offensive tackle. I like him. I like the way he moves in space. This is about where I thought he should go in the draft. So, works for me. All Big 12 first team. I mean, he racked up accolades there. He was reliable. That's all that you can ask for in an offensive tackle.
Yeah, no, I mean, good pick for them. I didn't think that was their most immediate need was offensive line, but I mean, look, if you think you've got your left tackle of the future, protect your franchise quarterback.
Yeah, and for me, that's how I see it. It's, when in doubt, take a big man. You can never go wrong taking a player who's going to either rush the passer or protect the passer.
The Bengals. Ooh. Do we see a third?
Maybe. Here, let me let's see. Where's my Cincinnati? Let's see.
I mean, you know I love me some Tajay Spears.
I don't think we're going to have 3 running backs go in the first round. Yeah, I don't. We're not going 3 running backs in the first round. There is no way.
I mean, look.
right. Let's see. I'm doing. All right. I think you will like this pick. If it's who I think it is.
Larry's keeping his fingers crossed for Hendon Hooker at 37 tomorrow.
Oh, I think a team might be calling Kansas City or.
A team is definitely calling Kansas City
or
to
the
try to trade back up in the first round.
To try to get that coveted fifth-year option. Well, we have the pick for the Bengals.
All right, just tell me it's not a running back. All right, hold on. I'll look at my big board here and see if the heck is available. I mean, I guess they could go Jalen Hyatt, but I'd be really disappointed in the front office if they did that. Michael Mayer would be actually, that's the pick. It should be Michael Mayer. I mean, if they're looking for Tyler.
You want them
Eifert
to go
2.0.
weapon?
I mean, yes. They're gonna have to move on from one of those wide receivers this next season. They need a tight end. They need someone that's gonna carry the middle of that field and help out on seams. And also somebody that can run block. So I think Michael Mayer would be the perfect pick right here.
Yeah. Well, it is with the 28th pick and the 2023 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select one Myles Murphy.
Myles Murphy. Okay.
Defensive lineman out of Clemson. Yeah. If he plays like he played in 2021, this is a steal. If he plays like he played in 2022, then
it's a little bit of a reach.
They reached. Yeah. So what type of player are you going to get? That's the real question here. I like him. I mean, I was a little higher on him. I mean, you're higher on him than I am, but I thought he was somebody who could impact a team well. I think this is a good place for him to go. I think he's probably closer to that 2021 than he was the 2022 film. Clemson had a bad year for Clemson in 2022. You got to think all of those guys, Bresee, Trenton Simpson, Myles Murphy, they all fell on draft boards. And it's not like they were over hyped in 2021. I think the team just had a down year.
Yeah, no, look, I agree. I mean, Myles Murphy, I think this is a guy who I thought could have snuck into that first half of the first round. We could have easily seen him go in the top 20. But I think this is about right for him because, again, you do have those questions about whether or not last year was the outlier or 2021 was the outlier. But yeah, I mean, this guy has every physical tool you can want from a defensive end. He's long. He's got that length. He can definitely use those arms to get inside on some tackles. Great swim move. He's a beast too when he wants to power rush. So yeah, no, this is a really, really good pick. They're and they did need to address defense for sure. So I mean, I thought, again, we've already talked about how it seems like teams are thinking that they can hold off on addressing the tight end position, and it seems to be paying off. So
yeah, for sure. I like what they did. I think there's some better value left on the board, but I am not going to turn my nose up at Myles Murphy from Clemson. I think that's good value at the end of the first round.
So I got to tell you, I've been doing like mock drafts like 30 times a day for the last couple of days, and every single mock draft, not every single, but pretty darn close to every single mock draft that I did over the last couple of days, this is where Darnell Washington goes to New Orleans here at number 28 or 29. Oh, yeah? Sorry,
I don't even see it as a need for them. They have offensive line needs, so maybe that might be where they're tying in. Like, oh, this tight end is such a good blocker that he's going to help your offensive line block better. But I don't see that. I could also see them taking Nolan Smith right here. I mean, I think that's who I think they see them taking. But
yeah, I mean, edge rusher is definitely a position of need for him. But yeah, I was just saying, just as an aside, the mock drafts that I've been pulling, it's been pretty much consistently Darnell Washington right here. So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Which makes you mad because you want to take him at 37.
Or anywhere in the second round. I would love to see him in a Seahawks. Oh man, I would do backflips. That's a good question, Larry. I already joked earlier that I thought this could be a great landing spot for Will Levis, because I do think that the New Orleans Saints still have questions about whether or not Derek Carr is a franchise cornerback. Because I mean, you look at the contract they gave him. It's not like they paid him a bunch of money. So yeah, I could easily see them taking Will Levis here. Which I honestly would be the best thing for Derek Carr, because what that guy needs someone to push him, because you see him on the field when he's coming from behind is when he plays best. So I think if he had somebody nipping at his heels, that might do him some good. But no, I think we're going to see a trench player here. I mean, I think there's maybe an offensive tackle that they could pull at this point, but they'd be reaching. But yeah, we could. I mean, this could be Osiris Torrance.
Okay, that would be a really good pick by the franchise. They have help. They need help across that interior offensive line, and he could play either side for you. He doesn't have center versatility, but he's still the best guard in this draft.
Mm-hmm.
So
I mean, if you want someone a little bit more versatility, we could see Steve Avila go here.
Yep, that is true. He normally goes right there in that kind of that early second round time frame. I think Larry has a point there with the quarterback, though. Plus, they got a fifth-year option on him.
Yeah, I would be very upset for Derek Carr, because I do like Derek Carr a lot. I don't think he's ever going to be like an amazing quarterback, but I think you build a team around him, he could easily take you all the way. But unfortunately, he was stuck with the Raiders. So,
yeah. Well, and it was a bad day for him, or bad year for him, with what happened with the Raiders, right? Yeah. And then going to this new team, and all of his records fell at Fresno State by one Jake Haener. So, just a bad year. Just a bad year.
Yep. Speaking of Jake Haener, like Larry was talking about, you were talking about possibly targeting Hendon Hooker on day 2. I just think that there are bigger needs that the Seahawks need to address. They went kind of with I don't want to say luxury picks, but picks that were not necessarily seen as the biggest needs. I think they have to focus on the trenches tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree.
Which means we need to see Cody Mock and a defensive lineman tomorrow. Cody Mock and a defensive lineman. That's all I'm asking.
Adebawore.
Okay, yeah. Mock and Adebawore. That's perfect. Yeah. Adebawore at 37, Cody Mock at 52. Call it a day.
Yeah. And then a true center like Oluwatimi in the third round.
Yeah, love it. Absolutely. There you go. That's the perfect day 2 for the Seahawks right there. But yeah, we definitely need to address the defense and offense of lines tomorrow. Gotta do it.
Well, they're working that outside in strategy, so maybe that signals 4th, 5th, 6th round they're going to start going inside.
Well, hey, Jared Clark's consistently fallen to the 5th and 6th round in most of the mocks I've seen. So if they're going to wait, they've got guys to target late for sure.
They do, and I'm a little late on this one. But you'll appreciate this. They went defensive line there in New Orleans. They targeted a player that I know you like, and that's one Bryan Bresee out of Clemson.
Okay.
Defensive tackle, a little undersized. Probably actually played about 290, but over 6'5". Nice profile. Higher guy, was probably projected as a top 10 if you looked at the preseason rankings. But yeah, really like Bryan Bresee. And you've been talking about him for months, maybe
here's the thing,
5-6 months.
Out of all the guys that play on that interior defensive line, no one plays with the same kind of aggression as Bryan Bresee, which might be why he hasn't been able to stay healthy. Poor dude. But yeah, I mean, this guy, you gotta, if you're a fan of, tough-nosed football, it's kind of hard not to fall in love with Bryan Bresee. This guy just loves to attack. He is in on every single play. This guy's a high motor. It's everything I've heard. Great locker room guy. And I really like Bryan Bresee. I think this is a great pick for them. Again, I think he has positional versatility. Yes, he's listed as defensive tackle, but I think when you the scheme that they run in New Orleans, you could easily see him lining up outside the tackle and rushing from that position. So yeah, I think this is a really good fit.
Yep, I have no problems with New Orleans taking Brian Bresee at this position. And hey, I'm not worried about his weight either. Yeah, he's undersized for me. I actually don't think he can rush from outside the tackle. I think he needs to stay either 4-eye or 3 technique. 3 technique is probably where he naturally should be. But living in New Orleans, they got some good food, real good food down there. He might put on 10, 15 pounds just from moving and finding a good grub down there in New Orleans.
Eagles are going to land Nolan Smith right here. I think you're right, Larry. That's the perfect pick. Nolan Smith to go along with Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
There's not a better pick. They should take Nolan Smith, no doubt.
Well, and here's the thing. That was what I was saying that the Seahawks should do. I'm like, go Carter at 5, grab that locker room leader of Nolan Smith at 20. And the Eagles are going to do it at 10 and 30, which is insane.
Yeah, that's it's pretty much disgusting. The Eagles, I mean, the fact that they lose the Super Bowl and then get these 2 players, I want to puke. Yeah. Oh man, I'm angry because I think they're going to do it. I think they are going to take Nolan Smith here, and I'm going to be upset.
I mean, they should.
Well, they absolutely should. There's no question of who they should take. Could they take somebody else? Larry also thought maybe Brian Branch. And yeah, I do think secondary is a bigger concern for the Eagles than the defensive line. But you have the opportunity to pair up Nolan Smith and and Jalen Carter and secure your defensive line for the next 10 years.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to be so mad when they take him. I'm going to be so mad when they take Nolan Smith. Oh, I'm already upset. Ugh. I like the. I have nothing against. I don't like Eagles fans, but I do like the Eagles team. So I have nothing against the Eagles. I loved it when Nick Foles won the Super Bowl. Obviously spending time in Tucson, Arizona, I got to watch him play college ball. I was super high on him in the draft. I actually wanted the Seahawks to draft Nick Foles. But hey, in another world, Nick Foles is the Super Bowl, the first quarterback to bring the Seahawks to Super Bowl. Because honestly, and not taking anything away from Russell Wilson, who had a dynamic career here, but I probably could have quarterbacked our 2013 Super Bowl team. So
I'm not going to go that far.
Well, I am going to go that far. Okay.
Adam's trying to live out his dynasty player days.
That's right. Building myself on. Yeah, that's right. Madden 25, man. That was what it was. Or actually, technically it was NCAA 14, where I built up my 5'9", 5-star recruit that started out as a defensive back / wide receiver and ended his 5th season as a quarterback. Yeah, I miss those days.
Oh, I love that game. NCAA 14.
Oh, it was the best. It's the best football game ever made. Period.
Nope. NFL 2K5.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. The graphics were better on NCAA.
All right. I might have a stuck broadcast here. Hold up.
Well, I haven't received any news about Pickens. So
okay. I still have a clock. I advanced it, but PFF is telling me it's already in. So I don't know if I'm just a little behind. But yeah. But yeah, no, I think the Eagles so far have done real well.
Yes,
I think it was trading a 3rd round pick, 4th round pick to move up one spot and get Jalen Carter. Yeah, that's and
that's a pretty good plan.
Yeah, with a consensus top 15 player like Nolan Smith on the board, like if they don't take him, I'll be shocked. So I did like Branch. Wasn't that Larry who was talking about Branch possibly going to?
Yep. Now he's talking about playing Madden 2004 with Michael Vick, and I'm just going to tell him gross.
Vick is a cheat code. Yeah.
It was that was gross. That was no fun. I hated people playing with Michael Vick. I hated it.
Yeah, 2K5 is the one that had all the ESPN like visual cutscenes, and you would actually go to like Sports Center when you left the game, and they would show like replays from the game. It had a very immersive experience for being 2005.
Yeah. It's amazing how terrible EA Sports has done with their monopoly on NFL games.
Well, and the NFL makes bad business decisions. Okay, let me rephrase that. They make good business decisions. They make poor product decisions because they sell a lot of exclusive licenses. So EA has, and they just renewed it for no freaking reason, but they has an exclusive game simulation license. So that's why I think 2K is coming out with like NFL Blitz style, like the arcade style football game, because that's the license that was available. But
if the XFL knows what they're doing, they'll find someone that's going to create an amazing football platform game that's all about building a franchise.
That allows you to import teams.
Yes.
Like team designs. And then you can just make the NFL, the XFL.
Yeah, if the XFL wants to take themselves to the next level, develop a game that focuses on building a franchise.
Yep. Well, okay. One of the best games out there was NFL Head Coach.
I know.
Nitpicky, yeah.
I think you did. I buy that? I think I bought that off you, didn't I?
Maybe, I don't know. I've had several copies over the years. It did come with NFL 25, the like legacy edition.
Yeah. Oh, I gotta go let another dog in. Be back.
Yep. All right, we're up at the podium now. Let's see if this pick is delivered. Doing some marketing type shenanigans up there on the stage right now. Let's see. There are a lot of good players here. So let's see. Here we go. We're announcing the pick with the 30th pick in the first round of the 2023 NFL Draft. The Philadelphia Eagles select Nolan Smith, edge / linebacker out of Georgia. Really like Nolan Smith. I thought it was a shame he fell this far, but I think he went to the perfect situation. He's going there with a teammate. He has a teammate that was selected last year on that team. They are building a defensive juggernaut, and let's see what happens. I am stoked. We thought this would happen. Amazing athleticism out of Nolan Smith. And like I said, he can actually play linebacker, unlike half of this edge class. So,
yeah,
love it.
Are the Eagles now the Super Bowl favorite? Because if they're not, they should be.
I think they definitely are scary. I don't know if they're the favorite. We have to see what defensive scheme they're running. Because if they're still trying to pull some Fangio stuff, then no. But we'll see. I think they definitely got better today. And I can't say that about all 32 teams in the NFL.
Yeah, no, between them and the Texans, it's kind of hard to tell who won day one.
I don't know. I think the Texans won day one. I'm going to put the Eagles at number 2. And honestly, I like the Seahawks.
No, look, the Seahawks made great picks, great players.
Yeah.
Just completely different than how I thought they were going to go.
All right. Well,
I have zero issues with the Seahawks draft. Other than they didn't do what the Eagles did and draft Nolan Smith and Jalen Carter together.
Yeah. All right. So do you think somebody trades up into the spot?
I think if I'm the Chiefs, I mean, yeah, I mean, there really isn't like a standout pass rusher. That would be the only guy that I think they should look at is if they were going to, if there was like if Miles Murphy or Nolan Smith was still left, I think they just take them. But
yeah, I mean, the only pass rusher available, and I'm on PFF, so keep that in mind. So we're using the PFF board. They have Felix Anudike-Uzomah at 32. And then the next defensive line player would be Adebawore and BJ Ojulari right behind him. So,
okay, Ojulari, I could see them doing. I could see them taking Ojulari here. I don't think you need to worry. I mean, I love Felix. I love my K-State guys, but
what about bringing an heir apparent to Travis Kelce in?
Ooh,
bring in Michael Mayer. Same type of player. Use that big body. He can block. Reliable hands. I mean, he is a well-rounded tight end. I could see Kansas City doing that, running some twin tight end sets. It's an option. I mean, there's no wide receivers available for them to really grab. Nobody that's going to have. You could go Josh Downs here. He's an early second-round player. But Tank Dell isn't going to go here. Maybe Jalen Hyatt, if you want to go wide receiver. But I am intrigued by Michael Mayer at this spot.
Yeah, I mean, I in a perfect world, the Kansas City Chiefs take my favorite receivers on day 2, and which I love Jonathan Mingo, and if they want to replace Tyreek, they could do worse. I mean, he's not exactly the speedster that Tyreek Hill is, but he can stretch the field.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Larry was just saying possibly a corner, which I could see.
Yeah. I mean,
there is Joey Porter Jr. Obviously, Cam Smith is also available.
How angry would the Pittsburgh Steelers be if Joey Porter Jr. goes right now?
Yeah. Oh, honestly, I would get him. I would be like, here's a 4th round.
Yeah. Call Kansas City if Kansas City's like, hey, they should trade up. But no, I think what a coup for the Pittsburgh fans if they can get their franchise left tackle in the 1st round and still pick up Joey Porter Jr. tomorrow.
Oh, that'd be amazing. And I hope it happens. I mean,
me too.
I'd be sad for the kid dropping out of the 1st, but yeah.
Oh, I hear Calliope.
Oh, can you hear her?
Yeah. She's putting her 2 cents in. She says
yelling,
clearly,
so it might be at the dog. One of the dogs might have done something. And
I mean, look, I think this is I think Will Levis has pretty much fallen into the perfect situation here because he didn't deserve to be a 1st round pick, and he was a little bit high on his own supply. So man, I hope this humbles him because he has all the tools. He could go in. Oh man, now that I think about it, though, what if the Seahawks take him at 37?
I mean, it would be considered a value pick, but
yeah. How about a team how about the Minnesota Vikings just trade back into the 1st round and take Will Levis right here? Minnesota. How about that, Minnesota? Can you do me a favor, Minnesota? Can you do me a solid?
All right. So the pick is in.
All right. So Kansas City staying pat. Is it BJ Ojulari? That I think that's if they're going to stay, that makes the most sense to me. Although I do like the Michael Mayer idea as well.
Yeah, like I said, that just intrigues me. I mean, Kelce still has years left to play, but he's what? 30?
Yeah, clearly he's not. He's 30.
He's 30, isn't he?
33. I thought he was going to be 33. He's not that old. Maybe he's only 30.
Well, then that would make the most sense to me. If he's like 33,
I think
because you got to think, let them play together for 2 years and then let that mayor take over. Let's see. The pick is in. We're coming up on the end of our first round broadcast here. Let's see how this is going to work. Thank you, those of us who have
Travis
stuck
Kelce.
with us.
Travis Kelce is 33.
33. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think you're right.
That just makes
Nolan Smith would be, or not Nolan Smith, sorry, but Michael Mayer would be a perfect pick right here.
Yep. And this actually is really, obviously they didn't know the Chiefs were going to win the Super Bowl when the draft was slated to be in Kansas City. But how perfect was that? Right? Kansas City wins.
Are you sure they didn't? Because it seems like they did everything they could to make sure that was what was happening.
I don't know.
For you conspiracy theorists out there that believe it's all scripted.
Adam is with you.
I'm absolutely with you. I'm not saying that it's completely scripted out by the season's end, but I think when they have everything all put together and it's playoff time, they're like, okay, we know who we want to be in there. That's the only explanation for Tom Brady having 7 Super Bowls. So,
well, no, it changes to protect the quarterback. I'm not going to say that because there are some rules that are stupid, like that are taking football out of football.
Yeah, like the 15-yard penalty for taunting. Yeah, that's a pretty dumb rule.
No, I actually like that as a former coach. I like taunting rules. I think they're taking it to the extreme.
Yeah, well, there you go. That is as long as it's called correctly. As long as it's called correctly. But yeah, like a guy points to the sideline and that's 15 yards. Give me a break. Give me a freaking break.
No, Diggs got away with a couple.
Yeah, waving at Bobby. Yeah, I was okay. I was okay with that. Believe it or not, I was fine with that not being called. So.
Yeah, me too. Let's see. No, there's some little ticky-tack stuff that they've made illegal, basically to keep Tom Brady in the league, and that's what I'm going to say is that that was the motivation behind it. But yeah.
Well, TB12, I'm glad you're retired. I'm so sick of watching you on television.
All right, we're announcing the selection. Oh, they got the Super Bowl trophy out and everything.
Final pick.
The final pick is Felix Anudike-Uzomah from Kansas
Wow. City. Hey, good for him. I love this guy.
Oh, yeah.
This guy. So this is, I'm super stoked. I love the fact that this guy found his way to the first round. I do think that Frank Clark is a pretty good facsimile for the style of play here. This is an incredibly gifted physical guy. He doesn't quite have that mean streak, but he's got all the moves. I love Anudike. I'm a little sad. I do think that that there's a couple of other better fits as far as pass rushers for the Seahawks now in day 2, but I would have loved to see this guy in Seattle just because I love K-State players. But good for him. Good pick. Really good for him.
Yeah, and good for the franchise. I think he slots right into that Frank Clark role that was vacated.
Absolutely.
And like you said, that's a good player comp. This may have been their guy all along.
Yeah, no, I could totally see that. This, and the more and more I think about it, I think this is pretty much the perfect pick. And good for them. Way to keep it under wraps because I did not necessarily see this guy making it into day 1, but he's going into the best. I mean, pretty much the perfect situation.
Yeah, excellent pick by the Chiefs. They're at the end of round 1. Man, we have some guys who fell. Let's take a look at this best available. Let's see. I'm using PFF's best available. We've got Will Levis, obviously the big news of the day.
I got to tell you, and I know that this is not very nice of me, but I do have a little bit of German in my background, and I got to tell you, I love the Schadenfreude that happened right now. Love it. I'm reveling in this, stewing in this. This is fantastic. This is exactly what Will Levis needed to have happen to him. I think this is perfect. I'm super stoked.
All right.
He fell out of the first round.
Yep, Brian Branch being available. That's a surprise. Michael Mayer, Joey Porter, who, if the Steelers don't select him with the first pick in the second round,
Then they're idiots.
It's going to draw a lot of questions. Let's see. Yeah, there are other guys who had a shot at the first round that didn't quite make it. Osiris Torrance, DeJuan Jones. With the rise that Darnell Washington had over the draft and pre-draft process, we really thought that he had a shot of touching the first round. I think he's a second rounder all day, though, so we'll see him go tomorrow. Yeah, there's a lot of good players who are available. I'll expect to see Hendon Hooker go in the second round tomorrow as well.
Yep, I guess
John Michael Schmidt
to the Vikings for holding off and securing their Kirk Cousin replacement tomorrow. Yeah, John Michael Schmitz. Yeah, look, I said all along. I think I said this several times. We were doing our draft prep. The meat of this draft is on day 2, and I thought that the Seahawks should do everything they could to pile up as many picks as they could on day 2. You were a big proponent of them trading back out of the first round with their number 20 pick and picking up extra day 2 picks. Obviously, that didn't happen. They stayed pat and got 2 absolute ballers. I think they got the number 1 cornerback, at least on your board. I did like Christian Gonzalez a little bit better, but as far as fit with what Seattle wants to do now with the defense, I think that Witherspoon's the perfect pick to play opposite Tariq Woolen. And they got the number 1 wide receiver in this draft by far. So, yeah, how can you not love it?
Yeah, I mean, great draft. Now go address the trenches.
Yeah. Look, I think
both of these second rounders have to be big guys.
Yeah, I'm all down. Let's do Cody Mock and Adebawore. Let's do Adebawore and Cody Mock tomorrow at 37.52. And then heck, let's I don't know, pick up like you said, what Oloteme on for the third round. I'd be okay with that. Yep. Unless of course they don't think Zach Kuntz is going to fall, and then obviously take him in the third round. But
I think you can get Zach Kuntz at 123. I think.
Yeah,
as a Seahawks
I think it's probably fair. Yeah, that's probably fair. But yeah, look, tomorrow is going to be great. I may be more excited about tomorrow than I was today.
Yeah,
maybe because we get to call 3 picks instead of 2. But
that's true. All right, so I said she'd make an appearance.
Hey, there she is.
There you go. That's the cat who's been annoying my feet this whole time.
Annoying. You love it.
She probably wants to leave. I've had the door shut the whole time. So
man, that's why she's been patting your feet. Let me out.
She's like, excuse me. I need to go get some food, please. But anyway, do you have anything last thing to say before we wrap up?
No, man. Look, hopefully we get some people that get to see this post after we put it up for them to view, and they couldn't join us live, but we're going to be doing this all weekend. So if you guys see this, please join us tomorrow and Saturday because we'll be here and it's going to be lit.
Yeah.
I couldn't say that with a straight face.
Yeah. Well, there you have it. This is the Let's Talk Seahawks podcast live stream of the 2023 NFL Draft Round 1. Thank you for watching. And as always, go Hawks.
Go Hawks.